Mom, thank you for thoroughly embarrassing me. I appreciate that. She looks good. Sure is. I don't think I've ever seen her so bad. Sure. That's cute. Have you ever gone down?
Okay, I think I got it now. Oh my God. Jesus jumping. All right, I'm back. I'm just on regular Wi-Fi. I don't know how long it's gonna hold out for me or not. if I'm going to freeze up or disappear. I don't know. I'm getting a headache from the whole shebang. But I'm back. Hey, Enzo, Tommy. Who else is here? Everybody that's been patiently waiting for me to come on again. I'm here. This is ridiculous. All right. Can everybody see me and hear me okay? Thank you, Tommy. It's just been really frustrating. This is what, yeah, round 3. Round 3 it is. Excuse me while I go grab my cigarettes. Okay. All right. Get down, cat. Okay. Hi. Holy moly. I do have a Wi-Fi booster, Enzo. I had it hooked up earlier. I was on for, oh geez, about 3 hours and everything was fine. And all of a sudden, once it got dark out, that's when everything started to screw up. First it was StreamYard. StreamYard went for a crap. So I just hope everybody can see me okay and hear me okay. Yeah, I'm so used to being where I used to live. I was hardwired into the internet, so I know not a problem. But we've got Starlink here now, and I don't know what's going on. I'm thinking the dish isn't. Sorry, the guy that lives behind me is kind of tripping out. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Anyways, okay, you can hear me and everything. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Right on. Right on. Actually, it was just hooked up here a couple of weeks ago. We were using Bell, and the Starlink actually it does work really good. I was using my booster with it like all day today, um, and it was fine. So it could be just too many people on at the same time, like in this complex here or something. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm here and everything seems to be okay. Like third time's a charm, I hope. Yeah, I didn't even bother hooking up the booster. I'm just using straight Wi-Fi. It seems to be working better than the booster was. So we will see how it goes. Wish I had something other than a cigarette right now because I could really use it. Okay, are any of my mods here? Okay, none of my mods are here right now. Okay. All right. Enzo, you're now a mod. I thought I made Tommy G a mod already. Did I not? Oh, I thought I made you a mod. Okay, Enzo and Tommy, you guys are mods now. You're more than welcome, Enzo. Yeah, well, where I live, it used to be a motel, and the guy that bought it like 5 years ago, he rents out the cabins. You're quite welcome, Tommy. All right, now. Okay, everything is working. Grant, I'm not sure who are you talking to, me or somebody in the chat? I'm not sure who you're talking to, Grant. Oh, you're talking to me. Am I educated in the history of spiritualism? No. I am a sensitive and an empath, though. I would like to actually go to New York. I have to go to the Hinsdale House in Hinsdale, New York. I'm in Canada, though, so it's a little difficult for me to get there. But that place is on the top of my bucket list for sure. I'm gonna put the link in the chat if anybody would like to come up and join me. You're more than welcome to. No, I don't want to share the screen. Actually, I think I will send a link a different way. I haven't been across the border in years, many, many years. The closest border to me where I am, I'm in Eastern Ontario in Canada. And I believe the closest border to me is, I think it's New Hampshire. God, my lighting is horrible in here. Okay, hang on. Give me 1 sec here. I just need to open this up. And bear with me, folks. All right, I don't want to do that. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to find you here. Hello, there you are. I got too many bloody windows open here. I'm just basically trying to get unfrustrated after all the crap that I've been going through trying to get back on here again. All right, did you get that, Enzo? I sent you the link on Discord if you want to come out. That's why you have 3 screens, yeah. I think I'd go batshit crazy if I had 3 screens going and something happened on even 1 or 2 of them. I think I would lose my mind. Hello, Black Dragon. Yeah, I want to get out and do some more investigating, but it's been.
Hi.
Hi, Enzo. How are you?
Doing well. My hair is a wreck.
Oh,
I
don't tell me
apologize.
my Wi-Fi's doing it. Okay,
Are lagging?
I'm hoping that this is gonna cooperate. I really am.
Yeah, I think you're better if you have a direct wire running from like your router or whatever it is to directly into your computer rather than Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the only problem with that is I rent a cabin and it's only accessible like through Wi-Fi.
Ah,
That's the thing. But my Wi-Fi booster, like I said, it was working perfectly earlier. And as soon as it got dark out, that's when everything started to buffer and everything. So
yeah. How many people do you think you're sharing that line with?
well, right now I'm using my friend that lives at the far end cabin, and it's only me and 2 other people using it, and it seems to be working okay. For some reason, the Starlink um, is giving me an issue tonight
Huh.
with the booster and with just straight Wi-Fi. But the other one that I'm using, it seems to be okay so far. I won't move my laptop.
Yes, don't move. Everything's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, well, I had it out here and then I took it in the living room and I tried to hook it up there and it was working okay. And then it went to hell in a handbasket. So, yes.
Getting some of that solar radiation.
Oh, it's just caca poo poo.
Man, that stinks.
It does. Literally, yeah.
Yeah, I saw you were on earlier. I saw after you'd gone off, I was like, what? Why didn't I get any kind of notification? I looked at it. I was totally unsubscribed and everything. I was like, all right, subscribe, bell. I saw it pop
Oh,
up this time, or else I'd have been on there too earlier. So
yeah. Who came on? Andy was there. Andy, Anthony, Bree,
yeah,
and my friend Joe from Truth Paranormal.
yeah, you had a full crowd in here. It looked pretty fun.
I did. Yeah. Well, I haven't been live for almost 6 months. And of course, everything works out fine on the first live stream. And then it slowly went
Falls
downhill from
apart.
there. But I managed to get 4.5 hours out of the first live. So that's not too bad.
That's really good. Yeah, I'm guessing that with it being later in the day now, everyone else
Here
has
we
come
go
in
again.
and they're watching videos and sending memes and such, and that shared line is getting a little crowded.
Yeah. And
Yeah, you lagged a little bit there, or maybe I did. I don't know.
I think it's me. I just turned off Discord. Well, I'm going to shut Discord. Anything that I'm not using, I'm just going to
Yeah, it's the best thing to do.
shut it right down.
Well, if anything, that might give you a good indication of like the best time of day to do your stream. Do it in the earlier part of the day.
Yeah, well, that's why I figured I started, I think it was just after 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And everything was fine, for 3-4 hours. So, yeah. So I'm so used to doing them at night, right?
That's when everybody does them. And to be honest, as we've seen with like Lynn and Amy and all that doing stuff earlier in the day, there's an audience for that too. So
yeah,
I think because everybody wants, the traditional prime time spot, between 7 and 9 kind of a thing. But there is an unserved audience out there for all the rest of that time. I think it might be okay if you did an earlier show.
Yeah,
obviously you had a crowd in here earlier, so that was people want to be.
Oh, I think I ended up getting like more than 5 more subscribers to my channel too.
Very nice.
So, yeah, which I thought was really cool. Like I'm not in it for the subscribers or all that stuff. I just enjoy being on live.
I had to adjust my light a little bit. I'm still messing with it.
Oh.
No, I'm less washed out than I was. So.
I love all your backgrounds.
Well, thanks. Everybody loves the color changing lights. I originally was just going to have it like one color and maybe change it occasionally. And I had it on that and I hopped on someone's live just to see how it looked and everyone went bananas. It's like, all right, I guess we'll keep it like this.
Oh, this really needs to stop messing with me.
So what were you guys talking about earlier today?
I posted a bunch of, did some videos that I'd done previously, and we were looking at them, and I was telling people how I've been a paranormal investigator, like off and on for over 15 years, but I've always had an interest in, UFO, UAP, Bigfoot, and all that. Mm-hmm. And thanks to Cassie introducing me to all you wonderful people, like I feel very comfortable with you people, like right off the hop. It was great.
We're not so bad.
No, you guys are amazing people. Some of you are a little offside, but that's okay. I love that.
You're going to find that no matter where you go.
What's that?
You're going to find that no matter where you go, being a little fringe. That's kind of okay though. Sometimes that's where those newer ideas come from, thinking outside the box. Yeah,
well, I was saying also earlier that the more I listen to like certain podcasts like UFO and stuff, like I'm learning more. I'm gaining more knowledge about things that I'm interested in. Like I don't know if I'd really say I had like a big interest in Bigfoot, but I've always been curious about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Connor is so full of energy, man. Like I could sit and listen to him for hours.
And he will go for those hours. He's amazing.
Yeah.
A lot of folks have been kind of coming to especially with shows like Skinwalker Ranch, where you've got the paranormal potpourri of things all happening at the same time. A lot of people are doing that lean towards all of this stuff is connected. It's all one source, or it's not 15 or 20 different things all happening on a 40-acre plot. It's one thing. That's just impossible to think there's all that stuff is separate.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Like I think it kind of all revolves around the same thing, but like just maybe different aspects of it.
Yeah, there's we were talking about this on a stream I was on last week. I can't remember who I was with, but like if you want to go for like the interdimensional explanation, that kind of covers everything. Things
Yeah.
slipping in and out of our frame of reference, kind of a thing, which would cover all of it: ghosts and cryptids and UFOs and
Mhm.
all of that stuff.
I shouldn't even be moving this around, but I guess I'm just hoping for the best here.
You look at occasionally there'll be a slight skip, is what I'm seeing on your side, and
Yeah,
for
and
the
when
most
you're
part, it's
talking,
stable.
yeah, when you're talking, you freeze for a little bit, and then you sound like a robot, and then you sound normal again.
That's just my normal voice. It's
Yeah, it's doing it again. Yeah. Well, I was telling them earlier about an experience that I had like about 20 years ago. I was coming home from the store, broad daylight, nice sunny day, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw this gray figure, robot walking down the sidewalk. It got almost to the end of that part of the sidewalk, and it wasn't there anymore.
Did you actually see it vanish, or you like looked away and looked back and it was gone? And you're frozen. Or maybe it's me. Am I talking to myself? Wouldn't be the first time. Who's frozen, chat? Me or her? Or all of us? Hello, welcome to my show. Not what you tuned in for, not what you expected, probably not what you wanted, but you got me anyway. We'll stall for a few minutes, see if Sam comes back. What about you folks out in the chat? What do you think? Maybe you may have actually heard her story before. Did the robot man disappear, or yeah, it's an internet bug. We'll figure it out. My last name, it's Enzo Cyril. Ignore the E at the end. See, you can check that internet mystery off now. Yeah, we'll be entertaining until Sam comes back. Cyrilli? I've had people pronounce my name like that. It's the way I understood it was somebody at Ellis Island when one of my great grandparents came through. Basically added, the way it was told to me is they added the E at the end. It was never clear if it was supposed to be a Y, but they put an E instead, or I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back to the show.
Jeez, man. I lost the Wi-Fi completely. So what I've done now is I've got my laptop sitting on a chair facing the window.
Whatever works, I guess.
Oh,
It
I
seems to be
know.
okay.
Like, I'm determined. You got to give me that much, eh?
Oh, I do. That's great. Don't give up.
This actually seems to be working a lot better.
Yeah, that's
All right.
you have to find that sweet spot.
Oh, I know. Now the lighting's even worse. I look like a... There I am.
We can hear you very well, though, so that's okay.
Okay. Yes, I'm back.
Having a good microphone and a good voice for even on YouTube is almost more important than what your video looks like.
Mhm.
Because people will tolerate half-ass video but if they can't hear you, they're gonna go somewhere else.
Oh, I know. Like, I mean, when I had the really serious issue, and you're mysterious now, Sam. Oh, geez. I lost the live, and like I must have been fighting with it for like 15 minutes, and I took everybody out of the StreamYard. I removed everybody, including myself, and then I came back, and everybody was still there, and they're like, "Jesus, we were here for a week without you." You know what? I forgot to end the broadcast. I was
Oh.
going to start a new one, and I come back, and it's like Anthony says, "Did you end the broadcast?" And I said, "No." And he goes, "Well," I go, "Shut up." That's funny. I need to
Well,
turn
you
another
said
light
it.
on.
You said it had been a while since you've done this, so you got to get back.
I've had issues before with the Wi-Fi, and I've just, like, okay, you know what, guys, I'm done. I give up. I'll see you next time. But I figure if I keep this like this, it should be okay. I just need some more light.
Okay. Oh yeah, that'll brighten it up.
All right, can you see me now?
Now we can see you.
It's not much better, but this camera on here is garbage anyway.
You're working from just the laptop, right?
Yeah, I need to invest in a separate webcam, or see if I can update the drivers for this one.
Yeah, that's the cheaper option. Try and update everything first.
Yeah. Well, I had an external webcam. I don't know where it is. This lighting is just really bad. As I rearrange my kitchen, so everybody can see me. Oh,
it's making me hungry. It sounds like dinner's getting ready.
Fuck it. I'm here. I give up. Jeez.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I would actually turn off whatever that light is right behind you, because it's backlighting you and it's shining into the camera and making it a little worse.
It's actually the light above me, I think.
I was thinking the light you just turned on over the kitchen there was not as good.
Is that what's probably doing it?
I think that would help. You can try, of course, just turning it off and seeing how it looks, but
Geez, you would think I would know all this shit. Yeah, now you can't even see me.
You look like a secret mob informant.
Oh, I know. I can't win for losing. Hang on.
Yeah, I would try and move that lamp more in. I would try and move the lamp more in front of you.
I have never. Oh my! The people that are used to watching me on here are probably laughing their friggin' faces off right now. Like, Sam, what's going on with you? Oh God.
Do you have a table or something that you could put that lamp on? That's
as bad as. Yeah, I'm trying to maneuver it over here without dropping my laptop. Oh my God.
This is going to end badly, isn't it?
Now I'm blind.
Just your video staggered for a minute. I'm just kind of waiting for it to catch up. There she goes. It's better. That's better. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, this is really great. My lighting sucks. My Wi-Fi sucks.
Do like the ancient Egyptian thing and just have an arrangement of mirrors bouncing the light off, going everywhere.
I know, eh? I've never had this much. Can I swear?
It's your channel. You can do whatever you like.
Well, you can see me. You can see me a little bit better.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, it's just the Wi-Fi's really being a comedy gold. Yeah. Ardent Paranormal's bloopers.
There you go. That would be my every appearance on any show.
The Wi-Fi
It's
is
a blooper reel.
okay. What's that?
So that would be my appearance on at any show that I'm on as a blooper reel.
There's probably, it says that there's 2 people watching. I can just wait until people see it uploaded. They're gonna be laughing their faces off. Like, what the hell were you doing?
Lighting hijinks with Sam.
Yeah, that's about it. Wow.
Does your whatever your Wi-Fi signal thing is on your laptop, does it have like a percentage thing so you could go around when you're not on cam and find the exact sweet spot around you? That's where you could put it.
No, it just when I click on the Wi-Fi thing, it just
the bars.
shows you. Yeah, that's all it does.
I've got an app on my phone that has like a chart kind of a thing.
Oh yeah.
And see if I can find the right setting. I had one that was it's kind of like it shows all the Wi-Fi hotspots in my area and how strong they are. It's got like a gauge on it.
Oh
And
yeah.
you can actually go around like this was a Geiger counter and just see where your strongest signal is in your house. If you had something like that, and then you could say, okay, this is the sweet spot. This is where the laptop's going to go.
Yeah. No, this is just really frustrating tonight. Like, I mean, I've never had an issue, with the Wi-Fi booster before or the Starlink. So I don't know.
I blame the sun.
You what?
I blame the sun. We've had a lot of solar flare activity lately, and there is supposed to be one flare that's sort of going to sideswipe the Earth a little bit tonight.
Really?
I'm kind of half joking. Like, oh, look at that! That is great. What you did right there is great.
I just put the lamp back on top of my thing, and I got my laptop sitting on my table again. And if it goes out this time, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Don't touch anything. Hands up. Don't touch it.
No, I'm not even gonna put the lampshade back on.
No, that looks great.
Yeah, this is actually really good as long as I don't look up because it's one of those those twisty bulbs,
Oh yeah,
the
yeah,
energy saver bulbs, and they're killer on the eyes. So
yeah.
I can't look that way. But
Don't look
it's
into the
holding
light.
up now. Seems to be okay.
So you talk about doing your paranormal investigations. Do you go out by yourself, or do you have a group of people you're with?
For the longest time, it was just me. When I lived in another city, that was back in 2015, maybe sooner, and I was doing it on my own. And I ended up hooking up with a couple of other people, and we went together as a team. I would go under their name, um, but like I would still put stuff out for myself, along with collab collaborating with them.
Uh-huh.
Um, but yeah, I guess you could basically say it's just been me since I've moved up to the area that I'm at now. Um, I was doing a little bit of investigating last summer with a couple of young people that were living on the property here. The owner owns another property, just like a couple houses away from here, and there's an old farmhouse there. And we investigated there, and let me tell you, it was pretty interesting. I'd never been there before, and I picked up on stuff like instantly.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Pretty
what
interesting.
kind of stuff were you picking up on?
Well, I use an SB7, a music box, and an SB11. I didn't get anything from the music box, but with the SB7, quite a bit came through. A man, I believe his name is Ben, and a couple other ones came through. I was quite surprised my first time being there that as much came through as what it did.
You're still with us. We can still hear you.
Okay, I wasn't sure because you look kind of frozen. I thought, not again.
That's just me paying attention.
Yeah, so I'd like to go back there. Once it stops raining around here, we've got a lot of rain happening right now. Um, yeah, it's an interesting place.
So you take a couple of different ghost boxes with you.
Mhm.
What other kind of tech do you take out with you when you go to a place?
Well, I'll take my camera the odd time. If it's at night, like I love taking pictures. I posted some videos on here earlier. Like the amount of orbs, like Anthony was just like amazed. He's like, wow, you know. Um, and he thought they looked like just clouds in the sky. So I'm like,
There was
everybody's got
wow.
their own opinion, but yeah.
When you had these pictures of the orbs, you just saw them just in the camera, or were you seeing them with your own eyes as well?
Some of them with the camera and some with my eyes. And what I do sometimes is I'll take some pictures, like looking through the camera, and other times I'll put the camera to the side of me, and I'll let the flash go off to take a picture. And I've seen them like with my eyes as the flash goes off. Some people might say,
Oh,
okay, well, that's just lens flare that you're seeing. Like I was actually seeing in front of me in the sky a whole bunch of orbs, without looking through the lens. So,
oh, so the orbs were up in the sky. I just
Mhm.
assumed they were somewhere like in the building you were in, but they were up in the sky.
Yeah, I don't take like I take my pictures outside. Like I haven't really taken any inside. Well, not here. I haven't where I'm living now, but yeah, I've had some really interesting. I'm getting worn out from all this Wi-Fi crap. Wow, I'm trying to think straight now.
Oh,
It's like, get
put
it
it all,
together.
put it all. Everything's good right now. I'd put it totally out of your head.
Yeah.
Me asking questions, because I don't go that deep into the paranormal side, ghost investigations or anything like that. So I am really curious. I've got a lot of probably mundane questions, but
No question is silly or anything, and anything that I can answer, absolutely.
so the orbs that you saw that you had these pictures of, how big do you think they were? Just as a guess.
I've seen some of them that have like been like
Oh
massive.
wow.
Like, I mean, oh yeah, I mean really big. If my everything will hold up here. Hopefully everything will hold up. Give me a second here. I don't think I have any on my computer, but I can give you an example. I just have to load up my YouTube again.
And Tommy's asking about the color of orbs. Is that wildly different, or does that mean anything in particular to you? If they're different colors?
Yeah, there are different meanings, but the thing is, when it comes to colors with orbs, it's a lot of times it's hard to pinpoint what the meaning is. Like, I don't really know that much about that. I just I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Do you think for you the colors have is there like an for your community, for investigators, is there a red one means good, green means bad, or anything like that? Is it, as far as that goes? Or is there a standard, I guess?
Well, I've heard that blue orbs. Some people say that that's a good thing. It's like a comforting thing if you see a blue orb. I think that's what Sonny said that he saw. Wasn't it like he saw a blue orb go from one side to another somewhere?
He had the story about what he originally thought was like a soap bubble at his house, that
Oh,
when he
okay.
went to touch it, it like zipped up through the ceiling.
Oh,
I've
wow.
heard that story. He may have a different story, but I remember that one.
That's probably the one. Like, I don't know, my brain's off in another planet right now.
It's all right. We'll bring it back.
Yeah, I'm not normally like that when I'm on live, but moving on.
Plenty of distractions. That's why I'm here.
Yes. You're a great distraction, Enzo. Absolutely. I'm trying to.
So, what do you think the orbs are? Do you think they're spirits, or because there's also orbs on the UFO side as well, where that people have sighted? So, what do you think? What's your opinion on it?
Well, as far as like the paranormal side, yeah, I believe that they're not all of them are spirits, but some of them are. I've had some really interesting pictures. I've actually got this one picture um, up in the corner of the photo. There's an orb there, and there's an older man and a woman in the photo. Like, you kind of you have to look at it from a bit of a distance from the picture so you can make it out. A lot of times that's what you have to do, because if you look at things too close, it's too blurred. And I've seen people that have made the pictures bigger and bigger and bigger. It pixelates it so you're not seeing exactly what's there or what's said to be there. So I'm just trying to. I know I posted that picture somewhere. I think it was on Twitter.
My thing with orbs, and you may be able to correct me on this, is I see a lot of pictures on YouTube and stuff like that, that to me, from my experience, because I'm an astronomy nerd, I've got telescopes, and as a kid I had microscopes, and you can look at something, and if it's slightly out of focus, you can see that it's out of focus. To me, what a lot of people are videoing, whether it's a UFO or or spirit or an orb in general,
Mhm.
it always seems to me like it may be a pinpoint of light, but it's slightly out of focus so that it gets like it looks like a globe with something going on inside of it. You've actually seen them with your own eyes. Is that what a orb looks like? Are these what they actually are in these videos? Or are they
Well,
just a pinpoint of light?
some of them you don't get anything in them. I've captured some that they have slight colors in them. And then I've got ones where there's 3 different colors, like yellow on the top, white in the middle, and blue on the bottom.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that okay, I'm going to try and say signifies. That's it. I'm not sure if that's if that's what that is. It's I don't know. Like, I mean, a lot of people would say that, if you see something in an orb, that's what it is. But not everybody's going to see things the same way. One person might see one thing, somebody else may see something totally different, and other people may not see anything at all. Like, I don't see anything. What are you talking about?
Because I do feel like there is an element of pareidolia in there where you're seeing faces in random designs like clouds and things like that. I'm not that guy. I'm awful at
orbs. Yes, that is a big issue with orbs. Pareidolia does play a big part in orbs, and even in photos. Like, you can take a photo in a building or something like that, and let's say you've got lens flare from the photo, and somebody could say, oh, well, I see like a curved thing of light on the side of the photo. That's a spirit. Well, you have to try and debunk things first. And if you can't explain it, then it could be something. But you can't automatically say, oh, well, that's what it is, because it may not be what it is, Yeah,
when you're going down that route, it is one of those. This is a maybe pile. Yes,
and
no,
there's
maybe.
so much maybes compared to actual evidence,
Right.
And I guess that kind of works for both fields, like paranormal and UFO.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. And Bigfoot and everything else, cryptid stuff. It's all we've got a lot of blurry, out of focus pictures.
Oh yeah.
And millions of eyewitness statements, and that's kind of what we got. even from what we've seen from like the military, as far as those 3 videos that they released several years ago, those aren't that great video wise either. You're okay, there's something there, we don't know what it is, but other than that,
well, I've seen some on Twitter over the past few days, and like I'm not, I'm more up on the paranormal than I am UFOs, but I mean, like I can still look at a picture, at a photo, and not say, oh, well, that's not real, or that's real. But how sometimes you can tell.
Oh yeah.
Something like fabricated, some it's too obvious that it's not real,
It's almost too good to be true, kind of.
Yes. Yeah.
Someone did just walk by your window, right?
That's my window right there.
It looked like someone walked by from like behind you, moving like towards me, towards the screen just now.
That's weird, because I've got my window open that much. I would have heard it.
Did anyone else see that, or was it just me?
I didn't hear anybody walk by my window, and wow. Okay. You might have seen the reflection from my cat too on the floor.
And that may have been it. I saw something move. As you're looking at the window, it would have been from your right to your left. Like it looked like a man walking past the window. but you didn't really react. I was like, wait, did that just happen? She would have seen that.
Well, yeah, like I wouldn't have seen it, but I would have heard it because, like I said, my window's open this much,
Yeah,
and it's raining
I can
out,
see
and
it.
it's all gravel here. I can hear people. I didn't hear anything.
Well, maybe and actually maybe there was a little weird lag thing that I just saw something different, or like you say, the cat.
That's
Tommy,
weird,
you want to rewind and see if what you see there? Because you can do that with a live, like on the YouTube side, you can rewind it a little bit. But we'll send an investigator. Tommy's on it.
Well, I took a picture last fall of the front of my place. I had a whole bunch of like flowers and stuff out here. It was still nice out. And when I looked at the photo, there's actually a face of a young man with dark hair, like in my window, like inside my place, in my window.
He's inside the house looking out.
Yeah. But all I could see was his face, and it was like obscured a little bit. And I'm looking at this picture, and I sent it to my friend that helps me with my empath and sensitive stuff. And I said, Pat, there's something in the window. And she said, yeah, it's a young man with dark hair. And I said, is he inside or outside of the window? She says, Sam, he's in your place. And I'm like, okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, no,
Thanks
but you
for
know what? That doesn't bother me. I've been here for a year and a half, and
Tommy says definitely someone walked by.
I didn't hear anything. Okay. Now I really forgot what I was saying.
Well, you said you'd lived there for a year and a half and not experienced.
Yeah, I've never had anything happen in here. Not that I can think of. But my previous place, oh yeah, I used to find dimes everywhere, and yeah. I was just waking up in the morning. The boyfriend at the time was already out in the shop working away, and it was like maybe not even a week before Christmas. And I had a bunch of like older Christmas decorations sitting on my dresser. And one of the boxes happened to belong to his dad, who had passed away. So I'm half asleep, and and I'm just starting to open my eyes, and I went to sit up. I watched the box move across the dresser like this, and it hit the floor right in front of me. And I'm just like, okay, I'll put it on the tree. No problem.
This one's next.
Wow. Oh yeah. I'd be in the bathroom washing my hair or my hands or something like that. And all of a sudden I hear Sam, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Someone that knows you. Was that your cat? Was that your cat making sounds?
No, that was somebody outside.
Okay. So
but as for somebody walking by my window, that's really trippy, because I never heard nothing. Anything.
You'll have to go back and review the tape.
That's trippy. So what? They went from like this way forward, like past me, or the other way?
Look at it from, well, Tommy saw it a second time, but from my perspective, it looked like almost waist level up, someone wearing like a longer sleeve, lighter colored shirt. As you described, going from, as you're sitting there behind you, walking forward, facing the same direction you are now, it's what it looked like. It looked like a person walking past there. Deep shadow, no details. Just, I saw what looked like a lighter color shirt of a person just casually walking past where the window is. It looked like I mean, I don't know what the perspective is or distance or anything, but they weren't right next to the window. It looked to be like a few feet away.
Oh no, people know better than to walk that close to my place. There's a driveway there. Use it. Oh.
And Tommy G says that I described it pretty well. So
Wow, wow.
You're gonna have to go back and review the tape.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Check out some evidence.
Now, as like one of the stories out of Skinwalker Ranch that we hear is some of the investigators have hitchhikers, stuff that followed them home from the ranch.
Oh yeah.
For you or any of your investigator friends, have you ever had anything like that happen? Where
oh yeah, about it'll be over 4 years ago now. I was out taking pictures one night, and my ex has got a flatbed. Like he's a tow truck, so he's got the truck and he had a flatbed. And I was out taking pictures one night, didn't think anything of it, carried on with my days. And a couple of days later, I was in the bathroom, and in my head, I heard, I'll say it outright, I heard, "Fuck you, Pat." And Pat is a good friend of mine she lives in New York State. I've never met this woman. I've known her for almost 10 years. She's the one who actually enlightened me to the fact that I'm a sensitive and an empath. When I moved into the place I was living at the time, I moved from the top of the house, and I took over the basement. Well, I went to go to sleep one night, and all of a sudden I felt like fingers in the middle of my back. And I was facing, my back was towards the wall, and I'm facing the stairs. And I thought, okay, it's one of my cats, right? Well, I stood up, or I sat up. No cats there. Proceeded to go back to sleep again. Not even 10 minutes later, I started to fall asleep again. The same thing again. And by that point, I'm like, okay, something is here. So I told my friend Pat about it, and come to find out that there was a portal in the basement, and I had knowledge of all this stuff and everything. What I had to do is I had to put sea salt in a spray bottle with warm water and spray all the walls, and just let them know, this is not your home anymore. You need to leave. You need to go now. So be it. So I did that, and things kind of calmed down for a little bit. And then something else, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I had to move my bed. She says, "Move your bed." Apparently, my bed was right where that portal was. And I didn't know that. So whatever was coming out of that portal was trying to get through me to get out, and ended up touching my back. Most people would be tripped right out. Like, what the hell's going on? Like, there's some unseen thing touching me when I'm trying to sleep. But what I ended up having to do, she says, "You need to move your bed away from there." And I said, "Why?" And she goes, "Well, Sam, that's where the portal is." I'm like, "Oh crap, man. This thing's, touching me on the back. Like, hey, you got to move, man. Like, we can't get through." Well, they probably could have went through me.
Right.
But then again, if they would have attempted that, I could have ended up getting an attachment. Right. And that's what I was talking about. I know, typical female, start one conversation and go off on something else, right?
I'm with you. I'm tracking everything. Go ahead.
I love that stuff on the screen. That's so cool. But yeah, let me finish. I'll finish the one about the attachment. Yeah. So I was within a couple of days. Like I said, I was in the bathroom doing something, and I heard, "Fuck you, Pat." And this woman has helped me so much with my gifts. If it wasn't for this woman, I wouldn't think I was losing my mind. Like I would know something spiritual or, otherworldly was happening because like I'm very well versed in that type of thing. But um I told her I got a hold of her and I told her about it and I said, look, I said, you know, it didn't come out of my mouth, but like I said, this is what I heard in my head. Fuck you, Pat. And uh, and I said to her, I said, I would never think anything. She goes, no. And I said to her, I said, okay, what's going on? Because I said, that's not me, because I
Yeah.
started to feel a little off, but I didn't think, I thought, okay, well, it's the weather change. I'm coming down with a cold, or I'm just getting old or something. But uh I showed her, she says, where were you out taking pictures last? And I said, out by the flatbed truck. And she says, did you take any pictures around the truck? And I said, yeah. She said, send me the picture. I sent her this one picture. And she says, there is an evil face on the side of the truck, like where the flatbed part is.
Right.
And I said, I didn't see it. She goes, Sam, you need to take a look at that picture. And when I looked at it again, I could see this thing there, and I was tripped right out. And I said, okay, well, I said, what's happening? She goes, you got an attachment. And I was a little concerned because I've gone and taken pictures in cemeteries at night. I've gone under fences and gone into cemeteries when other people are like, what are you doing? I go, hey man, like I'm here, I'm doing this, right? She says, yeah, you've got an attachment, Sam. And like I was starting to get really concerned. And she says, you're in the first stages of it. Me hearing what I heard was the first stages of it. And I said, well, why would I hear that from this attachment in my head? Like, why would it pick you? She was doing astral projection from where she was to rid me of this attachment. And it caught on to it, and it was saying, fuck you, Pat, I'm not leaving her. She got rid of it for me.
She chased it off.
She got rid of it. Because I couldn't understand, like to hear that in my head, fuck you, Pat. Like, I mean, this woman is like, she means a lot to me. She's up there in age, in years, and I was hoping she would be on, but
sounds like a good friend to have. That's amazing.
Yeah. I ended up meeting her through this one Facebook group that I was in. I don't even know if it exists anymore. And, for some reason, we just kind of clicked. You know how you can not meet somebody and just like online and you just click right away?
Oh, yes.
That's what it was. And, we started talking more and more. And she says, you've got gifts. And I said, I know something is going on, but I said, I'm not quite sure what it is. I said, I know I'm not losing my shit. She says, no, you're fine. But what's happening is your gifts are being more pronounced and they're showing themselves to you, but you're not understanding them yet. So it took me a long time to basically put it into perspective. Like if I hear something in my head, know that you're not losing your mind. It could be anybody, like I can be in a room with people. They can ask me a question about their family member. I don't know their family from a hole in the ground. Sure. I may not see like an actual face in my head, but if somebody can say, my grandfather just passed away, and say something about him, I may see a male in my head, like shaking his head yes or no, or I may hear words. But when this first started happening, I'm like, I didn't know how to deal with it, right? And now I'm stuck with it. Like it's so hard to turn it off, It really is.
From the UFO side, it's similar kind of a thing. It's like once you see one, then you start seeing more, and then you start experiencing more. Basically, once it's I've kind of wondered if it's maybe just a human perception thing. This stuff's always going on around us, but our brain filters it out, because we have a
Yeah.
limited, the way we perceive everything, our eyes and our ears and,
Mm,
smell, taste, touch. Uh, there's only so much your brain can process all at once. So it filters
mm,
out, you go to the store and come back. How many cars were there on the road? Is it cloudy that day? Did you see anybody wearing a
exactly.
red shirt? You experience all of that when you went to the store and came back, but you don't remember any of it
You
because
don't remember everything. You may remember
it's
bits
not
and
important.
pieces.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's you filter out as okay, that's extraneous info. We don't need to know that. And you just push it out of the way. So
Mhm.
seeing things out of the corner of your eye or things zipping through the sky for like the UFO side, it's not
Mm.
important. Was that it doesn't matter. I got to get to the store, whatever.
Yeah,
It's,
exactly. Yeah,
you
you
have
got your
that
mindset
focus
on one
priorities.
thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So is it that these things, once you see something and you really see it, it gains your attention and
Mhm.
you've locked on. Now you're looking for it. Usually the example I use as far as the perception thing, I've done this on a couple of shows now. So if I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry, is
That's
you go
that's
out,
fine.
if you go out shopping for a new car or at least a
Mhm.
new to you car,
Yeah.
uh, you do your research. You think, okay, this is a car I'm going to get. You buy it, and as soon as you start driving it around town, you notice that same vehicle all over the place. It's just like
Mm.
yours. Now, those cars didn't magically appear out of nowhere. They've always been there, but
Yeah.
because it's your car now, you've got that pattern recognition. This is the shape and color of my
Mhm.
car, so that I can find it in Sam's Club parking lot. That now you're noticing it more because it was drawn to your attention.
Yeah.
I feel that at least a little bit of it, as far as like UFOs and the paranormal, all of these things kind of fall into that same kind of category. It's just our brain's perception, our brain filter of what's important, what's
Yeah.
not important. Uh, it may have something to do with why some people see things right away. And after you see it, you start seeing it everywhere, just like the car, versus
Mhm.
people that just don't pay attention at all and they never see anything and things like that. That's just my take on it. Uh,
Yeah.
but
They seem to be drawn to me though. Like I mean, um where I used to live, well, you've heard of Toronto.
of course,
Okay. Well, I
I grew up.
live.
I grew up in upstate New York, so Montreal was like an hour away. So
Oh, like I'm like not even an hour from Ottawa, right? So,
yeah.
um, but this was like before I even moved to Eastern Ontario, or like I was in a place called Oshawa. It's like I don't know, it's like a half an hour from Toronto. It's a bigger city, and I would go out with my I had a Parrot voice recorder app on myself on my BlackBerry at the time. That was a while ago. And I would go on the path, the bike path behind where I lived, and it was an old CN railway track at one time. So I thought, okay, well, you know, it was old CN railway. I'll go out there and see. I got all kinds of things on it. And one night I decided I took my dog out for a walk, my little pug that I had at the time. And it was night, middle of summer, and I'm walking, like around my house and, to the one part of the path. I didn't even get like maybe, oh God, I didn't even get like maybe 20, 30 feet in on the path. I see this, I don't know what the hell it was, man. This black thing. It wasn't an animal. It was like a blob of some sort.
Mhm.
It was actually floating across the grass. It came onto the path and started coming towards me and my dog. I grabbed my dog and I ran. I have no idea what
Wow.
this thing was. No idea. This is what I'm saying. I almost think to myself sometimes that um since I've become aware of my gifts, like even then, I didn't read anything into it at the time. This was before I had met my friend Pat, and just recently before. And I mean, like I know that there was things out there. Like I'd seen a shadow person, you know, like walk through the trees, like a black shadow through the trees, like not that far in front of me. And I'm like, oh, right on, that's cool, you know. Um, but this black blob thing, I don't know what the hell it was.
I have questions about whatever that was. How big would you say it was? Like if it was like an empty garbage bag floating. Not that that's what it was. I'm just as a perspective thing. Was it bigger than
actually,
that?
You know the big black garbage bags, like not
The big industrial
the
ones.
big
Yeah.
ones, like yeah. This thing was big. Like I mean, I could see it on like there was street lights like so
Right.
far into the park there, and they only went so far, but it was illuminated enough that I could see this thing. At first I didn't notice anything. I'm just, you know, taking my dog out for a walk. It's a nice summer night, and you know, I'm looking around, you know, make sure that there's no skunks around, and I just happened to look forward, and that's when I saw it. It's like it came out of nowhere. It was just kind of like going like this, and then it came this way, and I'm like, fuck, and I grabbed my dog and I ran. I ran.
Wow.
Oh yeah, like
But
no
it
idea
stayed
what this.
it stayed low to the ground, so it wasn't like it wasn't an animal. It was
It was no. Like
the reason
what
why the reason why I'm sorry, I didn't mean to repeat, but the reason why I asked this is I had something the latter years of when I was working with the Air Force that sounds a lot like that a pilot saw when they were.
Oh wow.
It was at night. I was in the Air Force for 24 years, and the latter part of my career, I worked in the wing safety office, which involved a big part of my job was dealing with wildlife on the airfield, basically keeping birds from flying in front of the planes and getting hit.
Yeah.
But that also included, you know, coyotes and skunk, you know, anything that could be any animal that would be on the airfield.
Mhm.
And I did that as a civilian job after I retired for quite a few years.
Mhm.
And I was out there, and our hours were half an hour before sunrise till half an hour sunset. So summers were some long days. But anyways, because of I had been in the Air Force before, I had a UHF radio, so I could hear the air crews talking to the tower directly.
Okay. Yeah.
And a plane comes in, it lands, it's like right at dusk, you know, just before sunset or at sunset. So it's getting fairly dark on the airfield. And I hear it's okay. And, yeah.
Cats are driving me nuts. Do you want one? I'll ship them to you.
I'm allergic to cats, so
I kind of wish I was at this point too. Jesus, Jumper.
But
I'm sorry.
This plane lands, and I hear the pilot call into the tower. It's like, yeah, as we were doing our slow, because they land and they roll all the way out slow to the end of the runway. Then there's a turn and blah blah blah. And he said we're, you know, on the last part of our rollout, and his words that I heard him say over the radio is like, yeah, some kind of big black creature just ran across the runway in front of us as we were doing our rollout. And when I heard him say that, I kind of chuckled because we did have a few skunks that were snooping around. If you've ever seen a skunk running, especially at night, it's this weird, like trundling black mass sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought you probably saw a skunk running across the runway. And you know, the tower calls me because that's my job is to go out and look for it. And I went out and I've got a big spotlight and I'm looking. I didn't see anything. So I just circled back around and I saw the crew was getting off of their bus, you know, getting on the little bus that takes them to the little debrief section. I was like, I'll just swing by and say, hey, maybe get a better description of what he saw. I swing by and he said, and the description he used, he said it was like one of those big industrial sized garbage bags, like it was blowing, but it wasn't a blowing. Because at first when he saw it, he thought that's what it was something blowing in the wind. But he said he described it as like it was loping. Like
that's kind of what it was. Kind of just like the one that I saw. That's what it was.
Not a slow glide, but a kind of. jumping
Well,
along.
no,
kind of
this
thing.
this one
That's
was
what this
kind of
guy
like,
described. So
how can I explain it? This thing, whatever it was big. And I mean, it wasn't like doing a loping thing. It was kind of like it was like gliding, like doing this, but in a forward motion. Like I could see it like going like this, you know, like a fishtail and the whole thing. And to me, now I could be wrong, but to me, it looked like it was either on the grass doing this, or it was maybe that
floating
far
about.
above the
Yeah.
grass. But it's dark out, you know what I mean? And I had
Right.
a limited light source that I could see it. But it, like I said, it was illuminated enough that I could see this thing, and like it literally it scared the crap out of me. Like I've seen some pretty far out things.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen anything like that before, you know. Never.
And you're certain it was like solid black in color.
That's what it appeared to be to me.
Okay.
I saw no colors. Saw no like flashing lights or no eyes or anything. And I mean,
Just a
if it
mass.
was an animal, I would have seen something.
Right.
I would have seen the eye reflection like from the lights if it looked my way, right? Now, for all I know, you know, it could have been watching me as soon as I got in there and then decided to come out, you know. I don't know
if it was like a
gonna come
predator
right
thing,
to
I wouldn't.
me.
If
Well,
it
I
was
didn't
like an
know if it
animal,
was going to come right to me, but I sure as hell wasn't going to stand there and wait to see, you know. Like,
because have you ever seen the Missing 411 movies, TV shows, or whatever you want to call them? There's
I don't
two.
think so. I've heard of them.
They're pretty good. That's a whole other rabbit hole that could have crossover in all of this, because basically people that they see the kid, you know, playing it's almost always national parks. It's almost always around like rocky outcroppings in a national park where people literally, they see them, they do something and look right back and they're gone. There's nowhere that they could have run. They still would have seen them. They've just vanished. But it's
I kind of had
there's
I
two
had an
shows
incident like that. I had an incident like that. The guy that moved in behind me. I was outside. I come out of the room, or well, there was another bathroom next door here, and I saw him go over to his mother's place at the house, like where I'm pointing. Okay, I saw him through the window, and there's no other way he could have been. And next thing I know, he's back in the apartment. What the hell did I see? Did I see somebody that looked like him? Because I swore it was him. He never left his place behind me. Because I said to him, I said, did you just go over to your mom's a couple minutes ago? And he says, no. Why? And I go, never mind. I said, never mind.
That's weird. Well,
Yeah.
the reason why I brought up the 411 thing is they did two shows. The second movie or documentary, I guess you would say, it was called Missing 411: The Hunted, and it was specifically about hunters that had gone out and just vanished.
Oh wow!
And you know, these are experienced people, you know, woodsmen that knew the area, and you know, they wouldn't have gotten lost. And usually how these things turns out, the ones that do reappear, they're like dozens of miles from where they originally were, and they'll have people come out and search for them, and they're scouring the woods and screaming and all that, and they never find them. But then mysteriously, like a few weeks later, they'll find like way far away. There's no way they could have got it. But anyways, there's a story at the very end of the hunted one of this lady that was up in her tree stand, and she just got this odd feeling like somebody was watching her.
Mm-hmm.
She looks up into amongst the branches in the trees and basically described something similar, this kind of amorphic shaped thing, but it was it wasn't black though. She said it was like semi-transparent. It was like the Predator from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, where it's kind of like cloaked. You could sort of see the outline, and especially if it was moving, you could see it. But this was like a shapeless mass, like an amoeba or something. It went and it was moving from limb to limb, tree to tree within the
Wow.
branches. So, which is creepy on its own, but that kind of reminded me a
Oh
little bit
yeah,
of
that
what
would
you
trip
were
me
saying.
out. Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that would
who wouldn't be
that would
freaked
trip
out
me
by
out.
that?
Like, what the? Wow. Huh, where'd you come from?
It's like I don't think my 308 is going to help me out with this. This is
Yeah.
yeah. Tommy's got it right. I forget her name, but
I'm gonna have to turn this light, man. My head's gonna explode in a minute.
okay.
Jeez, I got my whole kitchen totally discombobulated here now.
Can you still hear me okay while you're doing that? I was
Yep.
when you were after you turned on the light and walked back, I was looking at your reflection in the window to see if it was similar.
You were looking at my butt, Enzo. No,
I will rewind and do my own screen grabs later. But when you were walking back, I was looking at your reflection in the window, and the placement was totally wrong for what I saw as far as a person walking past.
Oh, really?
You're where your head and shoulders and all that was way higher than what I saw. I don't know how big of a drop it is to the ground outside your window, but for what I saw, it looked
from the bottom of the window. It's about. You can't really see it here. Okay, there we go. It's about that much of a drop from the bottom of the window to the ground.
Huh.
So you just saw like halfway up? Like
what I saw, it looked like the person, the outline or image or whatever we're going to call this. It seemed like it was mostly like a waist up is all I saw walking past the window. You know, maybe
well, now
a
that's
little,
really trippy.
Maybe a little bit lower than Tommy looked at it again. Maybe I'm a little bit below the waist, but not by much.
So you saw like half a person walking by.
It looked like a regular person just walking by that, you know, is in shadow, torso up, Tommy G says. So
torso up?
Not necessarily full legs, but just because it was that part was below the line of the window.
That's really weird though, because my window, if somebody walks by outside and I'm sitting here or doing something in the kitchen, I can see the whole person walk by. Like, I mean, I've got my blinds down, so I mean, you would still be able to see a majority of the person if they were to walk from the bathroom beside me this way. Like, my outside light's on too, right? So you would be able to see the whole person. And I didn't hear anything. If somebody walks by this, like either way, like you can hear their boots or shoes on the gravel, right? I didn't hear a thing.
You'll have to rewind when we're done and look at it yourself, but it's kind of what it looked like to me. So
it was shadowy. Tommy said it was shadowy.
To me, it looked like if there wasn't a light on outside and there was just like the general glow from the window was illuminating somebody as they walk by.
Yeah. There, that's better. I'm not blind anymore.
Along with the glare on the window, I just assumed it was like a neighbor walking past your. But you would have at least seen it out of the corner, the movement out of the corner of your eye. I assume from where you're sitting. That's why I had to ask. Was like,
well, actually, I wouldn't be able to see out of the corner of my eye because like my eye would be facing like the wall beside the window.
Right.
I would be able to see them like on the live stream here because I can see the window right there, right?
Right.
And I didn't see anything. Man, you, I might have been paying attention to the chat or something too and just not noticed it. I don't know.
You were looking at my butt, weren't you?
Couldn't see a lot of detail. They walk by quick too.
It was only like however long it would have taken to cover that, because at the time your camera was slightly tilted, so it was only seeing like half the window.
Oh,
and
okay.
So because you had it moved a little bit off center. Well, it's centered now, but it was a little off to where you could only see like half of the window. So it just just like not even a full 2 seconds of just somebody casually walking past it. That's what I saw. So
Wow. That is really weird because if it was an actual person, I would have heard their their boots on the gravel. Wow.
I'm curious for you to look at. I want to go back and look at it again myself, but
Wow.
curious of what your take is on it. It's kind of weird.
It is, yeah.
So when you go out and like do investigations and stuff like that, especially after you had your experience with that other guy, that cursing in your house and everything else, is there some type of protections or anything like that you can use or do before you go out on investigation now?
Yeah, what I do is even if I'm just using my spirit box in my kitchen or in my place here, I have a saying that I say every time before I start and when I finish and when I go to bed. What I say is, in Jesus' name, only positive souls are welcome here. The rest must leave. In Jesus' name, so be it. I say that every time. And it does work.
Okay.
It really does work.
Because I've heard some people say that they carry crystals, or they'll say something like what you just did, and or a charm of some type or something like that they like that. I guess.
Well, I do own crystals. I love crystals. I don't have as many as Jamie has.
Jamie has like the whole catalog on the wall there, which is great.
Yeah. Well, didn't you see what I posted on Discord?
I haven't really looked at this. I've been out running errands all yesterday and today, so I haven't gone over much of anything on Discord other than flipping it on, knowing you were going to send me a link. I haven't looked at it today. So, did you post some stuff on?
This was, I think this was like about almost a month ago. Must have been like the middle of March or something that I did that. Andy is here.
What's up, Andy?
Andy, if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome to. I think I got it all figured out here now so far. Just let me throw the link up in here. Yeah, it's just so weird. Like, I mean, like StreamYard is my go-to, and it's like I was like a kid with a new toy when I first came on. I'm like, oh, that's screwed up. Well, no, I want everybody in there, not just me. And music playing in the background. Where the hell's that coming from? Then I go over to the next window. The YouTube video that I was playing for everybody had stopped, and I went to music, and here I thought it was Anthony playing the music. I go, hey, I've never heard that before. Then I click over. I'm like, well, Christ's sakes, it was me doing it. And I'm never this bad when I'm live. Never. Oh, my God.
You're doing fine. Got a little frazzled.
People are going to get a kick out of seeing this one in the beginning. Oh, my God. Arden's all discombobulated.
That's actually part of the allure of watching a live stream, is when something goes wrong and how the person handles it.
But you gotta laugh, you know what I mean? Like,
I discovered quickly when you panic and when everything goes wrong, turn to the chat. So, what do you guys think?
Yeah, and you see everybody's laughing and having a good old time. Hey,
what's up, Andy?
Oh my God. What a palaver.
I won't leave you for a week this time like I did.
Oh, you know, we carried on the chat. Don't you worry about that. We had to. You can watch it. You can watch the rerun.
That crew knows how to talk to each other already, so they were in good shape.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I must have been gone for
mate.
like
What's
15,
going on,
20 minutes trying to figure that crap out, man. And all I had to do was end broadcast and start another one.
Yeah, well, we did tell you in the end after the third time of connecting. I mean, yeah, it was, yeah, but you were on for 4 hours, so I mean, you got
the run. First one.
It's a pretty good run.
Yeah, the first one was pretty good. It's just the second one that really got kiboshed. Oh my God.
Yeah, you were gone for a while. Just me, Bree, and Anthony were having a good chat about all manner of things. So Yeah, at one point.
And I
But
missed the whole conversation. Hey,
like I
Cynthia.
say, you can watch the rerun. It's 4 a.m. here, so I'm actually going to bed.
Oh, so
I was
it
about
is,
to ask,
yeah.
are you just waking up or are you just going to bed?
I'm just going, but I thought I'd just pop in for the 4th time just to say,
You got to stay consistent with it. I mean, you got
You gotta rub it in, right, Andy? Yeah.
to close it out. So
you know, what can I say?
Oh my God.
But hopefully I'll join you again, Sam, another time. But
Yeah.
I'm off to bed now. But it's lovely to see
Enzo
you
had a really
finally.
good idea. Enzo actually had a really good idea that maybe I should
Well,
attempt.
that's not surprising. He has
He's
many
always
good
got,
ideas.
he's Enzo 5000. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he is.
He had
That's
suggested
right.
maybe try doing during the day. Might be
Yeah.
a bit easier for me during the day. Like I'm so used to doing them at night,
What-
so maybe I should try.
What's the day for you? I mean, what time are you talking? Are
Well,
you
like
ES
afternoon.
Are you
like
Eastern
afternoon.
or Pacific time? What are you?
I'm Eastern.
Okay, well, yeah, it's 11 p.m. where you are now, right?
Yeah, it's almost so. There's a 5-hour difference. So
Well, that
I
would work for
figured
me.
maybe 1 or 2 in the afternoon. One,
Yeah,
2, 3, 4, 5. That's like 6 o'clock your time, right?
Yeah, perfect.
from what I was saying earlier, is it sounds like she probably has other neighbors that are like home now and on the internet and all that stuff, using up bandwidth that she's trying to share.
Yeah.
Where if you do it earlier in the day while everybody's at work or off doing something else, she'll have all kinds of stuff to have everybody on.
I agree.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, it makes good sense. Enzo has another brilliant idea. So, yeah, during the day earlier, I'm around to just jump on and say hello and talk about all manner of things. So, yeah, that would be cool. But
okay. First somebody sees like half a person walk by.
Yeah, we
window that I didn't see. Black Dragon says I see a face in the window. Not sure if it's a smear or a play with the lighting.
I
don't see anything at the moment.
I see like a green glowy thing. I assume is a reflection off of something in the house.
Yeah, I see that green glow, but that's just static. That's a static light of some sort.
The one little yellow kind of light, that's a reflection off the warmer in the living room. But the other one, brighter one you're seeing it's an outside light from the people that live in the house over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earlier, Andy, we were chatting and it looked all the world to me like a man walked past the window, just casually walked past. Sam didn't react at all. I was like, did somebody just walk by there? And like, no,
are you ground floor, Sam?
Yeah, like I rent the front part of a cabin, like it's split in two. There's somebody who lives behind me. I've got the front part of it. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, my window is open like this much. And if somebody was to walk by, I would hear like the gravel. I would hear them walking on the gravel. I didn't hear a thing. Didn't hear anything.
Well, this has been recorded, right?
Yes.
So we can look back.
Tommy
said he did go back and look, and he said he saw something go by my window, and I don't know.
Do we have a timestamp or anything there?
What time was that? Let's see.
Well, you've been going for an hour and a half already. My goodness. It was daylight when I was last talking to you, Sam.
Oh, man, you should have seen me about, what, half an hour, 45 minutes ago, ask Enzo. I was moving my lamp. I was moving my
and it was just
here,
it was
then
about
back here. Then I was blinded by my lamp. It's like
it was about 45 minutes ago from now when is when Tommy came back after looking at it, saying that it looked like someone walking past the window.
Okay.
That's really weird. I didn't hear anybody. Wow.
Because it would have been, he said, definitely someone walked by at 10:17. I have timestamps on the live chat.
Yeah, okay.
So it would have been 10:17 Sam's time, East Coast time, that he said that. So it was some point before then. So Probably about
I'm
your
just-
1 hour mark. Or
Yeah, I'm
little
kind
before.
of flicking through the about 1 hour. Do you point it out when it happens?
Well, so she walks by and I mention it like because she didn't even move her head or look or which is I was what I was expecting, and that's when I asked. And
I didn't
Okay.
sense anything either, which is really weird too, because I don't know. Because I mean, like I can see the window like on the live right there, but I must have been looking at the chat to see who was talking in the chat and didn't even notice anything. So
Okay. Well, I just saw you. Okay. Hang on. I think I found it. Possibly. Meet.
you see in the upper left-hand corner is where you see the face. Well, this is the left-hand corner from my.
Oh yeah, I just found you. It's at 40 sort of about 46 minutes in.
Yes.
Someone did just walk by your window, right?
Let me look at that again.
Not say, oh well, that's not real, or that's real. But sometimes you can tell.
Oh yeah.
Something like fabricated. Some it's too obvious that it's not real.
Whoa.
It's almost
Yeah.
too good to be true.
Whoa.
What do you see, Andy?
It's almost there's a pale figure sort of glides from your far.
Glides?
Yeah, it's kind of the movement is quite glidey, and it's a beige color. From the far end of your window, behind you, yeah, and then
This-
it glides all the way towards you and past the window that way.
So it
Yeah,
starts here and goes this way.
yeah. Yeah, I want to have a closer look at
That's
that now.
really weird because, like I said, like if somebody was to walk by, I would hear them walking by, and I would automatically look anyway. It just that's what people do. You hear something, you look. But I didn't hear anything. So wow.
I'm just going to wait until it appears again. Right.
Yeah, Andy, you should be able to share that on here.
What am I able to share? Okay, yeah. So
I think so.
all right, hang on a sec. If I go share screen, you've got to give me permission to hang on, share screen even. Hang on. Share.
I just looked at it again myself, and what I originally thought was just like an upper body. It does look more like just a large,
Is it kind of a
not
beige
orb
color?
necessarily, but yeah, but it's floating past the window. It's kind of weird.
Cool.
Okay. Are you able to see? You need to allow me to share that. So I'm gonna. Can we zoom that? Can you extend that window at all? Make us full stop that window, and I'll play it slowly but surely. Hang on a sec. So
I think that's. Hang on a second here. That should be full.
did you see that? Hang on. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I'll pause it as soon as it starts. Well, right. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Right. I'm just paused it right there. I'm going to play it again. Continue to play it, and I'll try and pause it as quickly as I can. See that?
Hang on. I want to see if I can make this bigger somehow. Hang on.
Okay.
I've got it on full screen layout.
Okay, there again. I just moved it a couple of frames forward. So that's it. I'm just going to do that again. Oh, actually, just before that, I think. Oh yeah. Is there anybody else out there then?
What's that?
Is anyone who live around there past your driveway very often?
No, the only vehicle close to me is like up on the hill there, the neighbor with a white truck.
There
What
you go.
the hell is that?
It's like someone with got a white top on or something. It's hard to fathom, but I kind of see. I'm just going to zoom in even further.
If you use
It
the
looks like a rucksack or something, like a white rucksack or something.
if you use like the less than and greater than symbol keys, that does it like one frame at a time.
Say that again. Sorry, Enzo.
The on your keyboard, the less than and greater than sign in the bottom row, the comma and the what is it, period
Yeah.
key, it'll forward and reverse it like one frame at a time.
Gary says, I just went back and watched it. It looks like more like someone with a white long sleeve t-shirt walked by inside the house. I'm the only one in here and I'm wearing a blue hoodie.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's definitely somebody moving, sort of moving by. You see that? So it's as if someone's just walking past the window, basically. So
I didn't hear anybody. Hang on, I forgot to plug my laptop in. There we go. Now I'll probably be able to. That's weird. That's really weird.
well, it looks brighter out there now than it did before. Why is that?
What's that?
It looks brighter outside there now compared to when I looked at that video. In terms of oh, there you go. There's some little light pollution.
Yeah, there's a truck pulling up to the house there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's really weird. How Gary, from the way he sees it, it was somebody in the house, in here, with a white long sleeve t-shirt on. Like I said, like I have white on my hoodie, but like I'm wearing a blue hoodie. That's wow.
It looked like it was outside, but you know, I'm not sure.
But
Maybe
yeah, it's like I said, I would have heard if it was somebody walking by. I would have heard it, and I would have automatically looked because, like I said, that's
a vehicle.
You look right.
And after I brought it up, that's what you did in the video. Is you looked out the window to see if there was anything out there. So if it was a car with like headlights, or if it was something like that, you would have seen that moving around.
Oh yeah, like I would have heard them come up the driveway and up this way if that was the case. But like I didn't hear anything. It's just,
I'm just looking at that vehicle now. If that had no lights on and it it just drove off, maybe it could look that way. It could look like that, but they wouldn't drive off. Nobody would drive off without lights on, right?
No, because this truck just showed up. Like the white one was already there, but this one just showed up.
Okay.
That's really weird. That's really weird.
I'll have to look at that again slowly, but sure, it's very hard to determine what it is, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
I think I'm gonna have a look at it too when I'm done this. That's really weird.
Well, I'm glad
He said it looked like a ghost.
It's hard, you know. Further investigation is required, Enzo, as I always say.
When I first saw it happen, it looked to me like someone had walked past it with like a lighter colored long sleeve shirt on, is what I thought I saw. Looking at it again, I don't necessarily see it that same way, but there's definitely a larger mass a little above the bottom of on the top part of where the window is.
Well, it's light. It's a sort of white, almost beige sort of color.
Yeah, it's definitely lighter in color. It's very strange.
Bree says you were talking about that young kid. Young
Who?
kid.
Who was talking about a kid? Not me.
Looked like someone from the 90s.
Like someone from the 90s. We're talking about that young kid. What young kid? Maybe Bree. That's Bree, isn't it?
Yeah, young kid.
Maybe.
Were we talking about any young kids on the first live stream? Your friend told you about?
Not that I can remember. I don't recall talking about a child.
Oh, yeah. When I'd mentioned about the picture, the photo that I took of the outside of my place, the end of summer, the beginning of fall, I think it was. I have the picture somewhere. I should try and find it. But yeah, now that I think about it, the young guy with black hair that was in a picture inside my window.
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't here for that. I don't think so. That's weird.
No,
That
I just
seemed-
I
seemed
think I
to be
mentioned that.
outside.
Did I mention that on this
You mentioned it here as well. Yeah.
Did I mention it on?
I don't recall on the previous 3 shows that we had today.
No, this is the third, Andy. Come on.
I'm teasing, of course. But no, I mean, I came in late. I mean, 2 hours into the chat. So I don't know when you may have talked about that child.
Oh.
I wasn't here then.
So when the thing appeared, she was talking about the kid. There goes my Wi-Fi again.
Yeah.
We can still hear and see you.
Yeah.
You're still with us.
Are we here? Okay.
Yeah.
It did it again. Yeah, she said that it appeared when I was talking about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that thing in the window appeared when you were talking about it.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, Gary said that's why I'm saying it looked almost like he was inside.
Reflecting on the glass from the inside.
Okay, I'm with you. Yeah.
That's quite possible, reflecting on the glass from either inside or outside.
If you get humorous for just a second, Sam, and promise we won't look at your butt. If you could go kind of stand back,
why not?
Walk to the back, walk to the back and walk back like you did earlier. That's when I noticed the height of like where your waist is and all that.
Are you sure you're not seeing a reflection from my chair here? No, that wouldn't be.
This was moving, whatever it was.
It moved. That's the thing.
Okay.
I don't think.
Because that's what I was thinking too. That maybe it could have been a reflection from the chair, but the chair doesn't. Unless the chair is moving and I'm not seeing it.
Well, we've just seen it. Right. Okay.
Now you can see me.
Yeah.
Can you take like one step back? Can you take one step back?
One more, maybe.
Another half step.
There you go.
Okay. Because we can see the white emblem on your shirt really well.
Kind of seems a similar distance.
Yeah. That looks about right. If it was a person walking by inside, their head or whatever would have had to have been like where that symbol is on her shirt, or whatever we saw, whatever that shape was about that angle.
Yeah.
For where your shirt is when you're standing.
My blind is like halfway, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but the head, if it was a body, the head would have been above the Venetian blinds.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
Tommy
I still
said
think
that
it
he
was
saw like
outside.
a torso, just like the torso. I think he said.
Yeah. Well, or whatever it was, it could have been a rucksack or because there's it's not just a smooth shape. There's some impression on part of that. Like I say, it kind of looked like a rucksack, but I don't know, and I still think it was outside rather than inside, but
Huh.
I can't say for sure.
You know,
Again,
it is quite possible the fact that I brought him up in the conversation, it is quite possible that that's who it is.
see, I'm just seeing something now. That's probably your cigarette smoke. I'm not sure because I keep
Yeah,
seeing
that's what that is.
It startled me a couple of times since seeing it. I was like, "Oh, there it is!" Oh, that's not it.
it.
What's going
Yeah.
on in Sam's house if she's live? There's like spirits all up in her face. Yeah.
They're floating
Yeah.
around everywhere.
I've had so
Yeah.
many people say that photos that I've taken and I posted on my my Facebook group or other places, like people that I don't like associate with on the regular. Oh, that's just cigarette smoke. You shouldn't be out there smoking when you're investigating or taking pictures. And I
Yeah.
don't because I
No.
mean that screws up any form of evidence.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm going to have to go to bed now because I'm half asleep. But it
Okay.
was lovely to see you again, Sam and Enzo. And I'll try and wake up in time for Lynn's show tomorrow. But Sam, we must do it again.
Yes, absolutely.
We had a
Absolutely.
good time when it was all working. We talked, and I saw some of those cool photos of yours, so
Thank
which were
you.
very intriguing.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll have to
yeah.
try and do it during the day, when everything's
Yeah, when the internet's not being used too much by everyone else in the
yeah.
complex or wherever you are. Okay. Take care, both of you,
Have a good
Take care,
night.
Andy.
and
Thanks
I'll
for stopping
see you around.
It's a good soul, that man.
I like him very much. Very, very much. Very much. Yeah, Bree says it's all connected. It's not a coincidence, I'm saying. Yeah, I have to agree.
Yeah,
We're
I don't know what you were
watching.
talking about when that whatever that was floated by because I've had it muted while I was trying to see it myself. It's like, very weird.
Well, Bree was saying that um it happened as I was talking about the picture that I had with the young male with the dark
You
hair in
saw
my
the face in the window. Yeah,
that had happened when I was talking about it. So
he's still stuck in your window.
it could be. It's like, let me out. But the thing is, like, I never even thought that after that. Actually, I did do a spirit box session just find out if I could find out who it was, and I didn't get any responses that I could make out. So I just kind of left it alone. But I mean, if me talking about him, and telling people that, his face was seen, that could just be him saying, acknowledging it,
I
but why I
guess.
didn't see it. That's what gets me, why would he not do something to let me see it? That's what I'm wondering,
I don't know. That's just strange.
Gary said we're watching on the big TV and it's definitely a person's shape. You can see the arms moving like someone walking. That's really weird because I didn't hear anything. And like I said, my window was open this much and it's all gravel out here. I would hear somebody walk by, even somebody with running shoes. Like, I mean, you can hear it as you're walking on it. It looked like you turned your head after it came past too. But that's just it. I didn't sense anything. Maybe subconsciously I did, but I just didn't realize that I was acknowledging it. I don't know.
You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
This is I don't know if I can zoom in on this at all. Let me see here. Maybe I can. Can you make my screen large? Yeah, do that. Let's try.
I wish I could make it bigger so like the screen was bigger on my end here.
It's
When I turned around there, I was looking at my cat. I do remember that.
because it's right there in the middle of the glass, right there. Whatever it is. I don't know if you can you see that on the screen on the
Yeah, I can see it coming into, yeah.
so it's like right. So I'm just going to step through it where it first starts to appear. It's just this blob. It goes off frame right there.
Wow.
So I'll rewind it. Can you hear the audio from that when I was playing it?
No.
You were talking about sometimes you can tell when it's fabricated and you can tell when it's not real. As soon as you say that is when it moves past the window. I don't know what
Oh.
exactly we're talking about there, but
Maybe kind of like, oh yeah, fabricated.
here
not
I am.
Oh,
Dig
you.
me. Yeah, that's really weird.
Huh. That's,
I don't know.
I'm not knowing.
It's a mystery. A mystery on a paranormal show. That's exactly what you want to find, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've been live streaming outside where I lived in the summertime once, and I was at the side deck, and I had my laptop outside. I was hardwired in, like I ran the cord like outside, plugged it in the laptop, and I had it sitting on the ledge, on the wooden ledge, and somebody said to me, "There's somebody in your window," and I'm like, okay. It wasn't my old man at the time because like he was in bed. This was like later at night. And when I went back to look, I could see like kind of like a bit of an outline, like right beside where the one part of the curtain was. And I still to this day, I don't know if it was my cat or what it was. It could have been a reflection if I, like I moved my laptop a certain way, but it's definitely a person in a long way. Everybody around here is sleeping. The only one that was awake would be my neighbor behind me, and he's wearing an orange all lives matter, or I can't even remember it. Sorry, I shouldn't be that way. And wearing a black jacket. So
I don't know. That's very odd. I don't know. It's kind of exciting though for a paranormal chat show to have something paranormal happen.
yeah. Yeah. Wow. No, there's no punk kids here. There's some punk adults.
Those are worse. Punk adults are
Oh
worse.
man. I tell you, I just turned 55 on the 7th of March. And I mean, a majority of the people that live here are adults, or supposed to be. It's like Peyton Place around here sometimes. Oh, I said that to a couple people around here, and they looked at me like, what am I talking about? And I'm like, you've never heard of Peyton Place before? Like, it looked like a teenager. Wow, there's no teens living here. Holy. Maybe it was him.
I look forward to when this is over, you going back and chopping up that piece to get a closer look at it.
I think that's what I'm going to do. I've got I've got a whatchamacallit, what's it called? A PowerSoft free screen recorder, and that's what I've done with some of my videos. If I've caught something, or somebody says, I saw this or that on your live stream, I'll go through it and I'll turn on the screen recorder, and I'll like record so much of it, but then I can go back and I can keep parts and get rid of other parts and just keep what I need. So I think I might have to do that.
Yeah, I'm glad I said so. I'm glad Tommy was in here to back me up. I was like, did I just see that?
Yeah, and it happened live too. That's the cool
Yeah.
thing about it. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
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 That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
Of course, now
Interesting.
you got to try and go to bed tonight. So, but that's old hat for you.
Oh yeah, things like that don't bother me. They don't. They don't. It's like it's really weird that nothing that I can think of has happened like in here, like to me, that I can think of. I think maybe once, like there was nobody living in the back part of the cabin here, and I don't know if maybe it was like outside or something, but I was sitting in the living room watching TV, and it sounded like a voice coming from the back of the cabin when there was nobody there. Like these places are really old. Like it used to be a motel at one time, and I think I was told it was like over 100 years old.
Oh, really?
So yeah, like this whole area is really old. Like not compared to where I used to live, where I got all those really amazing pictures, but it's just funny because we went back an hour when I got home to see it, then went back to live, and you guys are talking about it. Wow. And it looks like
do you use video recording in any of your investigations? You just kind of plop it in the room and then watch it later to see what's on there?
I can't really do that here because all you would see once I played it was a bunch of cats jumping around wrecking.
Oh, no, I mean actually on other investigations, actual investigations, not in your house.
No, because like a lot of the places that I've gone to have like been cemeteries and abandoned houses. So I mean, like there's really no way to do that. What I would like to do is if it was just me here with like no animals at all,
Later, Gary.
I would put gotta go break into a car.
He's a locksmith.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what my ex used to say all the time. Got to go break into a car because he's a tow truck driver, right? So he's got to go with the lockout kit. So I'd say, going to break into a car, are you? Jeez. But yeah, it's just that's really weird. Have a good night, Gary. Yeah, that's wow. And that's what it looks like. Like from my point of view, you and Andy showing it to me, all it looks like is like a beige blob kind of going
right.
Right.
And to be honest, that's kind of what I see looking back at it as well. But I was sure that it was just a person like in a white shirt from here up, basically, just like a foot or so outside your window walking by.
That's really weird because I heard nothing. I heard nobody walking on the gravel or anything. That's
because as we saw the video, right after that is when you turned and looked at your cat.
Yeah.
And I was like, is there somebody outside walking around, creeping around? And then you said no. I was like, wait a minute.
That's weird. And somebody else in the chat had said they saw a face in the window. Like what was it? The upper left-hand corner or something? Well, not upper, like, I mean, like from what you can see, sure. Right? Upper.
It's
which
from
would
our
be this
end,
way. That would be here.
And that's actually right where the glare there's a light outside.
Yeah, that's
shining
from
in
the neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah. So they may have seen something there.
But the thing is, when it went by, the little yellow that you can see reflecting in the window from my warmer in the living room.
Right.
Didn't block out,
Well,
did it?
I don't know. You had the camera at a slightly different angle where that wasn't in the frame.
Was it
Yeah,
like
it was
that?
like-
Oh, that's
yeah.
how I had it. Okay. Well, then what the hell?
Because and I'll let you do your own. Well, I'm not going to say anything, but I would love to see your review of it, because I know I just noticed something else that I'll see if it's some. It may just be me, and I don't want to
You noticed
implant
something
the
else?
suggestion.
What with it?
Yeah, I don't want to implant the suggestion. I'll let you do your own review, and then I'll later say what I thought I saw just now, just looking at it.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I can't.
if I say so,
it's
it's
TV.
sort
Yeah,
of like,
I can't hook my laptop up to my TV, so the only way I'm going to be able to do it is just go to YouTube, go full screen, and just and check it out that way. But I'm definitely going to screen record it, because
yeah,
if it's
definitely.
if it is anything, which I just heard in my head, it is.
Someone just said it is.
As soon as I said if it is something or whatever I just said, I just heard in my head after I said that it is. So, oh yeah, I can see. I can't make out a face. I don't know if it's male or female, but something in my head is shaking its head up and down like that, and I'm feeling emotional now. See, this is the thing I hate. I have done live streams where I've been doing with my SB7, and all of a sudden I'll get this really emotional. I've actually broke down in tears on a live stream, and it'll come on all, and I'm feeling emotional now. So there's something to this. There is.
Wow, we caught it live. That's great.
Yeah, there's something to this. I know there is. I don't know if it's this young kid with the dark hair. I'm not hearing anything, so I don't know. But
I'm glad I knew enough not to say anything right when you stopped. I was like, oh, we're listening. We're listening.
oh, they probably are.
Oh, sure.
There was no head or face visible. Oh,
Gary sounds like he's describing something a little different. He's describing like what I initially thought I saw.
yeah.
But looking back at it, I just see more of just this mass.
Beige thing. Yeah, that's what I can see from the replay.
I'm kind of curious what. Man,
But see, that's just it. Everybody sees something different, right?
Yeah.
But I'm actually seeing the same thing that you saw. It just looked like something beige that kind of came out and then just kind of. But that's really why I didn't sense anything, and I didn't hear anything as if a person was walking by. But like I said, as soon as I said, I feel like there's something to it. Boom! Right away in my head, I hear, yes, it is, or I don't know, whatever I heard, and I can see somebody in my head shaking their head like this again, but I'm not seeing a face. I don't know if it's male or female. That's the thing that trips me out when I see stuff like that, because I can't. There's no way of me knowing if it's a male or female that's doing that in my head that I see. And that's a real pain in the ass. And now I can hear somebody going, ha ha ha, like ha ha. I hate that. Because they know they got me curious that I want to know what's going on, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's too much.
Wow.
I just heard you'll get it.
And they're right. You will.
I will. Yeah. I just heard, yeah, eventually.
Very supportive. Very, very
yeah.
good.
Yeah. That's too much.
You'll figure it out, dummy. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. I love you too, whoever the heck you were. I'm here laughing in my head. So I don't know if it could be that young kid or not. I don't know.
I think it would depend on if it's inside or outside on the glass
Yeah.
for the way the height is.
Hmm.
I guess that'll have to be something I'll have to experiment with later. And
Yeah, because Gary had said that to him, it looked like it was inside, walking by the
I
window
thought it
with
was
a long
outside when I saw it.
white
Right.
sleeve shirt.
And
Now,
I thought it was
if it
outside.
was inside, right next to me, I'm sure I would feel something. If
Yeah.
it was, because I mean, like I'm this far from the window. Okay, like I'm like the window's here and I'm sitting here. I'm sure I would have felt something. So that's odd too.
Because I have it on a different screen. I'm just kind of like, frame by framing. I don't see anything on the other side of the room that would be reflecting in the glass.
So you see it from the outside.
So there's that. And the other thing that I noticed, I'll let you I don't want to contaminate your investigation, makes me believe it's outside the glass. I'm back now. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, because like I mean, when Andy played it and you played it, to me, it looks like it's outside. But I mean, I'm only getting like a small perspective of it instead of like
Sure.
a full
Or
screen,
a little
right?
corner of the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you see it full
So-
screen and can edit it and narrow it down just to that.
Yeah,
But,
well, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to I'll go full screen, and once I'm gonna do it frame by frame, and I'm gonna save them because I can always make pictures out of them too, right?
Sure.
So because I've got a screen capture too. I always use all the free stuff.
That's the way to do it.
Oh yeah, I can't afford the other
It
stuff.
worked.
Jesus, I
Exactly.
barely
Who can
to
afford that?
Afford myself, man. Jeez. But yeah, that's wow.
You got homework now.
Yeah. And who was it? Was it Bree that said that it happened like pretty much right after I was talking about it? When I was
Yeah, I'd have to
talking
go back
about
and
it in the window.
I'd have to go back and watch it for sure. But wow,
Huh.
pretty wild stuff.
And I don't think it couldn't be a reflection from anything because it was beige. And I mean, even though there's a light on at the house diagonal to me here, that I can't see that because it would look white going by if it was a person. The light,
Right.
the light would black out if somebody walked by my window, right?
Hmm.
But yeah, it is really hard to decipher because, like you said, I had the laptop a different way. I think I had it like this.
Yes. Or somewhere
So
close to that.
No
So.
light was shining. That's my cigarette smoke again. It's not a ghost.
Right.
But I mean, if I have it this way, you can see the reflection from my warmer in the living room through the window, and you can also see the light of the house next door through the window. So, that's all right. Just leave it like that.
It's a mystery.
Wow. Uh-huh.
Get the Scooby Gang on it.
Well, I need some Scooby snacks for a Scooby gang, and I am out of Scooby snacks.
I could go for some Scooby snacks right now.
Oh my
Trying
god!
Trying to drop a few LBs before going to Vegas at the end of the month. So I get to suffer.
I will never forget my experience of being on. It was like after the podcast, Chad's podcast. This was like 3 weeks ago. We're all talking away, and I thought to myself, okay, it's about time that like I showed my face instead of just a picture that everybody sees me everywhere now, right? So I'm on there, and we're talking away. People are doing their. So I turned to do one. I put my little thing down. Next thing I know, smash, and I'm like, everybody's talking away, and I'm like, I just broke my. I don't talk about that stuff on my channel.
right.
I'm trying to get around it. And I'm like, I'll just say it. I don't care. I just broke my bong. And a little bong, like the whole bottom fell out. And Chad goes, oh no, that sucks. And Spooky goes, yeah, I've done that before too. So what did I do? Oh yeah, I turned around and said, hi, I'm Ardent Paranormal Sam, and I just broke my bong. What a way to meet people, eh?
Yes.
I broke my shit.
You look great on cam, though. It's good.
Thank you.
Stunning eyes.
Thank you. I have my dad's eyes. I stole them. No.
Stole them.
I stole them. No, I look just like my dad when we were kids. He was blonde hair, blue eyes. Me, blonde hair, blue eyes. Put a picture of me beside my dad as kids. You can't tell who's who. You really can't. And
Yeah,
I smoke too much when I'm on live. Oh my God.
I do the same thing. I vape like crazy.
Yeah, but I do. I do. By the end of the night, sometimes after live streaming, my head's just going. Because I won't use my, my on a live stream, but I'll be sneaky and I'll be sitting here, the SB7's gone, nobody can see what I'm doing. I'm twisting one up and it's a cigarette. I've had a couple people say to me, that wasn't a cigarette. Yes, it was. Well, how come your eyes look like you're Chinese now compared to what you looked like half an hour ago?
Problem must be on your end. It looks fine on me.
Yeah, the problem's on your end. I'm peachy over here. Even more peachier.
That's why I made special effects on my side. So it's like, I'm gone,
That is so cool. How do you do that?
I'm running everything through OBS, which is if you're not familiar with that.
Oh, OBS hates me, Enzo, like with a passion, man.
It's pretty resource intensive. You need a kind of a souped up machine to use it, but I'm using the virtual camera on that. So
okay.
everything on, so when I go into StreamYard or anything like that, I choose, the OBS virtual camera rather than my regular one. And then I can, put special effects and wacky things and
I love that.
Goofy stuff on there and
the dancing ones. That's cool. Yeah.
got the numbers. We got snow. We got fire.
Sonny needs that.
Right. And of course, my exit.
Oh, that's cool. Right on. That's cool.
Silliness.
See, I can use the backgrounds, like some of the backgrounds for this, but I don't have a green screen, right? So I've tried to put a couple on there, and they kind of work, but if I move, it looks really weird. So
yeah, that's the downside of that. I was thinking about doing a green screen instead of all of this. Originally when I was set, this is actually my guest room, but I never have guests, so we'll just make it into a
your
studio.
own guest.
I'm star of my own show,
but
I'm star on everyone else's show. But
yeah, Enzo 5000.
Yeah, but I was thinking about doing a green screen instead of all of this, but half of my wardrobe is green, so it's like, well, that's not going to work. I'm just gonna be a floating head.
That's funny.
So
my dog is
right,
staring at me like, who are you talking to into that box all the time?
Why are you talking in that box so much?
Do you want to come and say hi?
Sure.
He usually looks away because he knows that I'm trying to. Oh my God, you're heavy for a little dog.
Look at that little guy. That's
this? Harley. He is a pug. He's a pug. He knows people are looking at you. He knows it too. Yeah, he's a pug Pomeranian. He's 4.5 years old, and His ears, when they go sideways, I call them Yoda ears.
Oh yeah, there it is, right there.
Little Yoda ears. Okay.
Hi, Harvey. Harley.
Somebody's
What a
talking to
cutie.
you. Enzo's
Harley.
talking to you.
Harley. Why aren't you watching what's out the window?
He's kind of looking this way, like I know you're showing
like-
me to people.
Yes, yes. I see the glowy box you talk to. I am not amused.
Ah. Oh, wait, you're fine. He's trying to tell me he's got to go out to go pee, but I know he doesn't because when I gave up on the last live, I took him out. So, so you're still fine.
Have a good night, Tommy. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yes, have a good night. Thank you for pointing that out as well, too.
Yeah, you went back and verified the original sighting
Yeah.
that I wasn't crazy.
What was the timestamp for that again? I gotta find a pen so I can write it down.
It would be. I assume this is going. It's hard to manage it when it's because it counts backwards. It's basically 52 minutes from now.
52 minutes.
52
from
minutes
now.
ago, I should say. So the whole thing so far is
Oh, excuse me.
an hour and 45 minutes about. Or no, wait, it's an hour 45 to the end. I don't know. I have to do math. Actually, I might need to unpause it so that it catches up with the live.
Okay. Yeah, see,
So
because
it-
I have it open. I have it open and paused for the live, and I've also got it.
It
over
looks
here.
like it should be about 55 minutes in, not quite an hour in, I think, if I'm doing the math.
So
right.
I'll write down 50 just to be on the safe side, so I can. That gives me a little bit of leeway either way, I guess. I don't know.
Because
So like 50 minutes in, basically.
about yeah, somewhere in that area. So you'll know if you've gone too far if we're talking about it, because I brought it up right after it happened, because when you turned to look at the cat and I assumed you were looking at whoever was creeping outside your window.
Oh,
That's why,
didn't
and that's
hear-
when I brought it up. So
Yeah, because I remember, like, I turned to look at my cat, and then when I turned back around, and you said, "Did somebody just walk by your window?" And I'm like, and then of course I looked, right, and that's really trippy. Wow.
live
Live
paranormal investigation.
Yeah. Wow, can't get any better than that, eh?
That's it. Screw those dumb ghost shows on cable TV. We got it going on right here.
And I mean, it wasn't cigarette smoke. I mean, because I have my
No.
cigarette in this hand. If I have my cigarette in well, it's kind of backwards to you guys, but you'd be able to
Right.
tell the difference between cigarette smoke and whatever the hell that was that floated by my window. Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
Glad we caught that. I really look forward to see what you come up with once you zoom in and do your own investigation on it. That's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, when I do pictures too, like I can enhance it, make it bigger so I can see, you know.
Yeah,
But
just
I
chop,
mean, what's
chop
that?
me totally out of it, and then because nobody's looking at this,
Oh,
so they want to see what's going on in that window. So
yeah, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Because I mean, when I do a live stream, like if I'm doing like I guess you could say like an investigation on my own property or whatever you want to call it. The only time that I really go back, and I was actually going back through them for a little bit there, and if I did see anything, I would write it down, and then I would timestamp it in the comments to make it easier to go back if I wanted to recheck it out. And then I stopped doing that for some reason. But yeah, this one definitely needs some looking into. definitely. I'm thinking maybe once I look at it, if it does turn out to be something, maybe I should do another spirit box session. Just to say,
Like,
I was talking about seeing a young man with dark hair in my window in a picture on the inside of my window. Was that you that went by my window the other night when I was on a live stream? And just see what happens,
especially since you had the confirmation earlier, it's like it's something.
Yeah,
It's like,
I did hear that. Like, when I'm thinking, I really think it's something, and I hear in my head, yes, it is. So, I mean, obviously, something's telling me that yes, it is. Yes,
you
it
need to
is.
investigate. Man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Have you ever known anybody to have a dream and meet their higher self in their dream?
No.
That happened to me. I have it all written down. It's where I used to live. Yeah. I actually met my higher self in a dream. And it was really weird because I woke up in the morning and it's like, wow, what the hell was that all about? And I could remember pretty much everything that happened, like from start to finish. And it was weird because my now ex was in the dream, but we weren't together. And my higher self looked exactly like his one son's girlfriend. But it was my higher self, and her name's Madeline. Figure that one out. Yeah, that was
So
that was an experience all on its own. Let me tell you,
Is that a future self? Is that a?
I don't know.
How does that work?
I don't know. I don't
future
know.
life. We've heard of past lives. Couldn't a future life contact you as the past life?
Well, see, that's what I can't figure out because my now ex was in the dream. But when I had the dream, we were together. His ex-wife was in the dream. And I mean because I told my friend Pat, the one I told you about, the one that helps me,
right.
I told her about it. And I said, it's really weird because the person that was talking to me looked like James's one son's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. And I'm telling her all about this. And she says, you know what just happened, Sam? And I said, no, but I wish you would tell me because I said, I have no clue what the hell that was all about. She says, you met yourself, you met your higher self in a dream. And I'm like, wow. That's all I could say because I didn't.
How do you respond to that? Yeah.
I just didn't know how. And I have everything written down, and it's just like, wow, that was trippy, And I mean, because like over the years, like I'm more so in tune with my empath and sensitive abilities than I was like years ago. It's hard to turn off. Like people could be around talking and not even like really talking to me, and I can pick up on things.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, but that dream was trippy. Have you ever heard of the group Typo Negative?
Yes.
Peter Steele? Okay, well, he's been dead since 2010. I really started listening to them a lot. I mean, like a lot. I loved their music. I had a dream one night. I was at a party and I was at one end of the room and I was talking to some women or something. And all of a sudden, this really tall guy in a leather jacket with gray hair pulled back into a ponytail walked right up to me, leaned down into my face, and smiled. It was Peter fucking Steele. Peter fucking Steele was smiling at me in my dream. And he like big smile, kind of like, oh, cool, you like my music kind of thing. And I was like, and I remembered it all. And I was like, holy shit, I just met Peter Steele in my dream. like an older version of him with
Right.
gray hair. It's like, holy, see, somebody likes it. Pinzer. But yeah, I actually met Peter Steele like this far from my face in my dream. That tripped me right the hell out, man. It's like, wow. Yeah, he was like 6'8". 6'8".
Wow.
Yeah.
Big guy.
He's buried. Oh, what's the name of that cemetery in New York? I can't remember. But yeah. Oh. Yeah,
Do you remember most of your
it
dreams?
happened to me.
Do you remember most of your dreams? You have them?
No, not all of them. But I mean, like they say that your dreams are supposed to have meaning. But I don't know if every dream, this is just like my take on it. I don't know if every dream means something.
Okay.
I think that maybe certain ones that you like fully remember,
Mhm.
maybe not start to finish, but you remember like most of, like, let's say the important details, I guess you'd call it. But yeah, I've had some, man, I've had some pretty weird dreams. Like, I mean, really weird. Like ones where I see this girl in my dream, and like she looks like a spider.
A spider.
Well, not really like a spider. Like she's like on all fours, like a dog, but her head was kind of like this, and it's just like, what the fuck, man? I didn't smoke or drink anything. You know, but I don't know. But yeah, the meeting myself, my higher self in a dream like that was wow, very very trippy. I also have a picture of my father in the sky.
A picture of your father in the sky.
Hard to believe, but where I used to live, it was a beautiful day. I was just, out taking pictures, I think there was part of a rainbow at one point during the day. So I just out there, with my camera snapping pictures, and Pat had seen one of the pictures, and she says, there's something in that picture that you really need to see. And I said, well, okay, what is it? She goes, no, it doesn't work that way, Sam, and you know that. She says, zoom in on the picture. I zoomed in on that picture, and I kid you not, and so I broke out in tears. It's my dad, a younger
Wow.
version of my dad. Where the hell is that picture? It's on my in my Facebook paranormal group. I have to show you this picture.
I want to see it.
Like it's all right. What am I doing here? Just give me a second here and I'll share the screen, because I have to look through the pictures quickly, because I know it's in there somewhere. I thought I had it on my laptop, and I've tried to share from my laptop to Discord. Oh my God, I need sleep. To StreamYard, and it won't work. It just won't work. I don't know.
You should be able to.
Yeah, I should be able to. All right, just let me quickly go through my. I really hate the way Facebook's set up now. Oh my God, I look at it at a laptop, and it looks like I'm looking at it on a cell phone.
Yeah, I have never been a big Facebook guy.
They keep on changing the bloody format, and I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like,
I didn't even know.
Enough alone.
It's like a month and a half ago. Gemma Jade, which you probably know, is yelling at me during one of her streams, saying, "Hey, I've been trying to follow you, Enzo. You haven't refriended me or whatever it is on Facebook." It's like, I don't even have a Facebook account anymore. I deleted that years ago. Sure enough, I go in there. Yep, it's still there. I thought I had gotten rid of it, and still there and active. And like a whole line of different people wanting to be my friend. It's like, what is this? I thought it was gone.
I actually just found the picture of the young man in my window. Hang on a second here.
Ooh.
I came across that one first. Yeah. And while I'm looking for the other one. Yeah. So hang on.
Hey to Pinzer in the chat, by the way. Didn't say hello earlier.
Younger male, dark eyes. I screwed up about the hair. Okay, hang on a second here. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Come on. Can you see the picture okay?
I can see the picture. I'm not seeing a face.
Looking, you see where the top of the curtains are?
Yeah.
You see where the curtains go down like this? Okay. I'll make it easier for you. You see on the outside of my place, you see the mirror on the outside of the place?
Yes.
Move in to the middle of part of the window, right directly across from where that mirror is. You see that orb in the window?
Yes. Oh, I thought that was like a lamp hanging up inside the house.
That's the young male with dark eyes in my window in that orb.
Oh, that's an orb then. It's not in, if you were to go outside right now, it wouldn't be there. Okay. Oh, man, I thought that was like a lamp or something hanging from the ceiling. Because it looks like there's something.
Honestly, whatever that is above that orb, I have no idea what that is because there's nothing hanging from my curtains. So I have no idea what is above that orb.
It's not a rope, is it?
There should be nothing there. And as I'm talking about it, I'm actually looking at myself and my little thing here to see if anything else goes by my window now. Seriously, I
Paranoid
am.
about it.
No. It's just if I'm talking about it like I was in the beginning and it happened, I'm wondering if it might happen again. But yeah, that's the male with the dark eyes that's in my window. From the inside.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
I have to admit, and I mentioned earlier, I'm horrible at this, picking out faces and stuff like that. I can see the orb, I can see whatever that is trailing from the top, but I couldn't really see a face so much.
It's kind of difficult because when I showed Pat it, I could kind of see something there, but I wasn't really sure.
Right.
And that's when she said to me, a male with dark eyes. So when I got a better look at it, I could pick it out. What was the other one? What other one was I looking for?
Where did we start down this road? You were looking for your dad in the sky.
That's right. Thank you. Oh, God. What would I do without you, Enzo?
Be on the stream by yourself with
Yeah.
no witnesses to point out things floating around your window.
All right. Just let me go through it here. It's going to be probably...
Cat's making an escape over there.
Oh, kitten. Jesus, man. I got a house full here. They got to go.
How many do you have?
I have 4 adult cats, 2 kittens left over, and a dog.
Wow, that's a house full.
Oh, here's another interesting picture that I took in a cemetery where I used to live. Did it share? Oh,
I'm not seeing anything. I see blankness. I don't see anything. Are you still there? Hello? Can the chat hear me? Oh, ah,
As soon as I opened it, it did that. Let's try this again.
everything froze out. All I saw was a black screen.
There, can you
Okay.
see it now?
Yes, I see that now.
Do you see the woman and the child in the orb?
I do.
Pretty cool, eh?
You kind of have to tilt your head a little bit. You can see them stand side by
Broad
side.
friggin' daylight. This is what I'm saying. And so they gravitate to me like no tomorrow.
Wow.
Mm. And that's no lens flare. That is a woman and a child in that orb. You can't not see it.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. I got quite a few really good pictures from that cemetery. I had one that's kind of right in front of me, and it kind of looks like a bug, but it's not a bug. I'm just starting to see. I've got other ones here. I might as well show a couple before I. No, not that one. I have one where you can actually see in the orb, you can see a dog in it.
Really? A dog?
Yeah, like for some reason they've always gravitated towards me. Okay, hang on a second here. I have one that I took at my old place. It's a huge wolf.
Wow, a wolf.
It's a huge wolf. Oh, here's a good one. Can you see the Indian with the wolf above it?
I can see a silhouette of a person. Oh my God, I can see the wolf now that I look at it.
Yep. There's a wolf above the Native American on the bottom.
I can see the wolf face pretty clearly, but
Yeah, you can see the nose pretty clear and the eyes on the wolf.
yeah.
I can see the Indian plain as day.
Huh.
Yeah. There's other things around it, but that's what really caught my attention was that. I think that one was when I was up on the hill and I could hear rustling behind me, and something was coming up behind me on the other side of the fence. And I turned around and I snapped the picture, and I think this is the one that when that happened. Like I don't fake any of my stuff. These are all legit
Oh yeah, I
actual
believe
photos.
it.
You know.
And this was on Halloween.
Actually no, this was June the 9th, 2019.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that's when I posted it. Yeah. 2016. Yeah. What else do we have here? I'm getting to the one of my dad. It's here somewhere, but wait a minute. What's this one? I want to find. I think the wolf is probably before the one of my dad. I'm just trying to. You can see me scrolling through everything anyway.
Yes, I can see that.
Check that out.
What's that?
That's an orb.
What is that inside of it?
I have no idea. I don't know. Mind you, that's a close-up of the actual one. But when I did the close-up, I made sure that it didn't distort it in any way. And all I did when I made it a little larger is I sharpened it. That's the only edit that I did to it, was just to sharpen it so you could see everything. I don't edit any of my pictures. I may sharpen them so things are more visible. But other than that, I don't do any major touch ups in my pictures because then it's not what it is, right?
Oh yeah. Wow, that is really strange. I wonder what that is.
I don't know. I have no idea, but they love me, man. They just really seem to gravitate to me. And even Pat said that to me. She says you have this uncanny ability of just they just want to flock around you, kind of thing.
Hmm.
Like not when I'm like day to day life and and everything. It's just when I'm out there taking pictures or doing spirit box sessions or any investigating. They like me being out there. And if I'm not out there for a while, it's like they miss me because I've gone like maybe a week or two without going out on the property where I live to do anything. And as soon
Mhm.
as I get out there, I feel all emotional. And it's like, yay, she's back. They're all happy. And I can feel it, right? Yeah.
Amazing.
I need another cigarette, like a hole in the head. Jesus. All right, let's see if I can find this. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, here's a good one. Check out all these orbs.
Whoa. It's like snow.
Yeah. That's in the summertime, I think. It says the same date. There's no date for it. But yeah, that's pretty interesting, eh?
Wow. And that's just on your property there?
Yeah, that's where I used to live with the ex, where he still lives. Um, Beyond like the property line only goes as far as the fence there, and on the other side of the fence, it's like an open piece of property that a church backs onto it. But there's a ley line on that open part of property, and that's where I take a majority of my pictures. It's really funny because I would go around to the side of the house. There's a little hill there, and there's like a concrete slab that is connected to where the wooden deck is. So I go up there and I would sit down on the concrete, get out my camera, take some pictures. Well, it got to the point where I would sit down to take pictures, and then I would stand up to take pictures. So when I sat down and I took pictures, I get some stuff. And then when I would take a couple other pictures sitting down, I would get next to nothing. Well, as soon as I stood up, I get stuff like in that picture there. So I would take a couple sitting down, take a couple standing up. It's like they're toying with me. Okay, well, this girl's going to get some exercise in here while she's taking pictures of us. And it was really funny, actually. It really was. What else do I have here? Like some of these pictures aren't mine. Other people. I always put my name on them. Now, you have to see these. You have to see this.
So I see smoke.
That is not cigarette smoke. I don't smoke anything at all when I'm out taking pictures. That's not cigarette smoke.
What in the hell is that?
I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea what that is.
Do you think it's something that's...
I don't think it's paranormal. I think it's something else.
What do you think?
Personally, they look reptilian kind of to me. Maybe not reptilian, but like I don't know what the word would be, but No
My
idea.
first impression was like the one that's on the bottom on the lower right kind of looked like a goldfish kind of thing to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. This one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not cigarette smoke. I'm to this day, I have no clue
Huh.
what that is. But I seem to attract orbs, big black things that float across the ground and scare the shit out of me. Robot walking, gray things walking down the sidewalk and disappearing, and things like this. I think I have a few more that are very similar to this, but
Wow,
yeah,
that's bizarre.
it is. Yeah. I have no idea what it is. I don't know. I mean, like I've had so many people, oh, it's this, it's that, it's cigarette smoke, it's this and that. All these orbs that you're seeing, it's just blah 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 blah. I know what I'm seeing.
Right.
I know what I'm seeing. I may not know what it is, but I know what I'm seeing. Oh, here's one that's before it. Again, what is it? That's out in front of the house where I used to live.
Now, is this all? You don't know, but I mean, it seems almost like maybe that fish thing is like you're looking at it head on there on the left.
Is that picture taken the same date as the previous one?
Oh, this is not. This is different from the other picture.
Yeah, I know it's different, but I'm just wondering if I took that on the same day. Where's this one? 10/17/2016. No.
So both of those were separate places, separate times.
Yeah, the one before that, hang on. I think that was taken either when I was standing on the yard beside diagonal to the house, or I was in the driveway or something. I don't know, but they're two different dates. And with this one here, you can see how it's darker here, how it looks like it's manifesting here, and you see it more here, because I kind of see what looks like, I don't know, those kind of to me look like two nose holes. There's an eye, there's an ear, there's a horn, and there's another horn. That's what I see. And I don't know, it's manifested into something else here. I honestly don't know. And like I said, I don't smoke when I'm out there taking pictures. Like if I'm doing like an SB7 session or something, yeah, because I'm not using my camera, right? But when I'm out taking pictures, no, I never smoke, because it just, it ruins things.
Sure. Yeah, it's hard for me to make these things out because stupid YouTube and their compression and stuff. While I'm looking at just that still image, it's shifting slightly.
Check this one out. You see the woman up in the red in the corner of the window?
Woman in the red.
You see where my cat is?
Yes.
Look above. You can see how I've squared it out in red there. There's a woman there in the corner of the window. She's got a black dress on. You can't really see her face, but you can see like the whiteness of her face. And it looks like, I don't know if that's hands. But yeah, there's a woman there. That's the house that I lived in 2015, where I moved from the top to the basement, where the hand, like the fingers touched my middle back twice, where the portal is in the basement. Same house. And that's when I was upstairs.
Wow.
Oh, check this one out. See the screaming male face?
hang on a second. The
Squared in the red.
I can see the red, and I see a lot of other pixelated stuff. Just the way that YouTube's kind of compressing or doing something to this image here.
If you
Hard
look
to
really
see.
closely at it, there's a male. There's a big male face there. You can see the whole face, and his mouth is open wide. He's yelling or he's screaming.
Yeah, I see it. I can see it now.
People telling me, "Oh, that's nothing." Okay, well, take a good look at it, dude. Like like a lot of people have said, "Holy crap!" Yeah, I did.
Seems a little upset.
Well, the thing is, like, I mean, I'm not out to convince anybody to believe in any pictures that I show. A majority of the people go, "Wow!" Like, I mean, how do you do that? Like, and it's like I'm not doing anything. They're coming to me. Oh yeah, check this one out. This one tripped me right the hell out, man. And I was outside taking pictures when I saw that.
That yellow thing was not there. You didn't see that with your eyes.
No, that I did not see with my eyes.
What in the hell is that?
That is something, I don't know what, that is manifesting. I've had people say to me, "Oh, it's a reflection from something." Well, a reflection from what? There's no cars there. I used my flash, but I was standing inside the deck, just out there. I thought, okay, I'm going to go out and take some pictures. That's what showed up in the picture. And you can see the enhanced version over on the right-hand side there.
Wow, that is weird. What the hell is that?
I don't know. I showed it to Pat and she's like, "Wow, that's something manifesting." She goes, "They really like you." And I'm like, "Well, obviously, but like, I said, I've had some really weird shit show up in my pictures other than just orbs. You've got a,
Wow.
there's another one. Looks like it's pole dancing. It does. That other reflect light that you see there over on the other side, that's the house beside with their light on. And there's the enhanced version on the other side. Yeah.
That is just so fiery looking. That's amazing.
I have no clue what the hell they are. I think I have got a couple more. Oh,
and this is just all out in your yard.
This is when I lived in Oshawa. That's an energy rod there. That white thing you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an energy rod. I actually went under the fence when I was saying that I investigated with some other people. Well, we get to this old cemetery that's like fenced in at a park, and they're like, "Oh, well, we can't go in there." And I said, "Says who?" And I go under the fence and I start snapping pictures. "What are you doing in there? Aren't you scared?" Oh, I go, "I'm not." "Well, obviously you two are." Oh yes, I'm very. I don't.
Have you seen a lot of those rod things? Because I've only just like 2 days ago somebody mentioned that on some show. I don't even remember, and I'd never even heard of it.
That's in the same cemetery.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. To me, it looks like an energy rod that's trying to form into something else, but I'm not exactly sure what it is.
What is an energy rod? Is it just?
It's just basically, from what Pat told me, they can. Now I don't know if I've got this right. They can manifest into something, but basically they're just like stored up energy of some sort. Let's see, where is? Oh, there's my other pug. Oh, I think this is the wolf one. Yeah, see it? Look beside the tree. Tell me you're
Oh,
still
the dark outline, like a profile of it.
right there. See the
Wow.
wolf? It's howling.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
got its head up. See? There's the front legs. There's the body. There's the back legs. And it's howling.
Wow. It's a big wolf by
Mhm.
that tree.
That's massive. And it's funny because my spirit animal is a wolf.
Ah,
Yeah. So,
it's a message just for you there. Wow, that is wow.
what else we got here? Dad, I know you're in here somewhere. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, I think
Look in the circle.
okay, give me a second for whatever on my end when I'm seeing it. It takes like a couple of seconds for the thing to settle out. I can see what looks like. Is he holding his arms out?
No, it's just his head.
Um,
There's his
not really
hair.
good. Oh, now I see it.
There's his ear. Look at the picture beside him
Now I.
of
Oh my
him.
God, that is exactly it.
But that's my dad in his 20s. Isn't that trippy?
Wow. And you
I
didn't see
bawled
that
my
at all.
eyes out, man. When she said, "Look closer at that picture, Sam," and I went, "Oh my God, it's my dad." And she goes, "Yeah, that's your father in his 20s." And all I was doing was out taking pictures because it was a nice day, and I get my dad. And my
Amazing.
dad, when did he pass? 2007. Well, the picture was taken on October the 25th. His birthday was on October the 17th. Isn't that amazing?
That is incredible.
You can see him smiling too. Like there's his hair, there's his mouth, there's his ear, there's his eyes right there. Yeah. It almost looks like the picture of him, but a younger version because
Yeah,
you can
it
see
really
his
does.
ear there, and then you can see his ear there.
That is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people have been really amazed by some of the pictures I've taken, and I mean, it's not like I ask them to do it; it just happens, right? And to have my dad like that, that's the ultimate for me. That's the ultimate.
Incredible. And this was 2016. Man, that's just,
Yeah.
that is a gift to have that show up. That is amazing.
I'm just trying to see. I know I've got some other, like I've got a whole bunch of fall. I took a bunch of pictures when I was out for a walk down the track bed here, but oh yeah, I've got some ones that I look at the pictures and I get fucking freaked out and scared, and I'm like, Pat, I don't know if I like the looks of this one. Oh no, it's fine. It's not what you think it is. Are you sure? And she'd be like, remember who you're asking here, because she's the one. She always told me, keep looking, keep looking. Don't ask anybody else what you see. You have to see for yourself. If you have to keep on looking at it, keep on looking at it. And eventually, the pictures aren't loading up. Eventually, over time, I would look at pictures and I'd say, this is what's in there. And she'd go, exactly. You know now, because I can see things a lot clearer. I don't know why nothing's wired. Yeah, it's got to be a Facebook thing. Hang on a second here. Actually, I took this one as it says, January the 3rd, right out by the road where I live here. You can see all the swirly things there and the orb over by the tree. And there's another one right down there too. Right down. There's one here. There's one there. There's this stuff here in the middle. And then there's another orb right here. And all I was doing was out to take a picture of the sunset. And there they are again, right in front of me. They just will not leave me alone.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm in your group. I'm trying to find the same picture because I don't feel
I've
like
got a whole
YouTube's.
bunch of, as you can see, I've got a whole. Is this? I'm trying to find the one that I have. There's one with a man and a woman in the orb. Come on, Facebook. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. I have one, and it actually says what's in it, and it's not that.
And how long have you been doing this, going out and just taking pictures and finding stuff?
I think I started taking pictures in 2012. Yeah, 2012, I think it was. Before then, like, I mean, I like I said, like I saw that robot thing, and that was like over 20 something years ago. I wasn't really like into the paranormal or anything like that. Like, not that it wasn't my thing. It wasn't something that I really thought about. And then once I started taking pictures and doing voice recordings and everything like that, it just kind of took off from there. Like, I haven't really been like to an actual like place to investigate. I've done most of mine outside, like abandoned properties, like the one not far from down here, graveyards or cemeteries, I should say. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, I've got so many albums here. Oh, here, what's in here? This one looks like a horse and a devil beside it. Check that out.
Well, I see that face. I see that face stands right out.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like a horse or a unicorn. So you can see there's the front hoof right there, the front leg.
Right.
There's the head, and it looks like a horn there. But then it also looks like a mean-looking thing. It looks like it's got its mouth open. But yeah, that thing there, that's pretty trippy, eh? It looks like it's grinning at me. It looks like Medusa.
I was going to say
like
it looks like snakes in the hair. It looks like a
Yeah.
Medusa.
Somebody said, "Oh, that's cigarette smoke." And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Cigarette smoke does not do that, and I do not smoke when I'm taking pictures." And I mean, that's so far away, you know. Like, I'm standing on that concrete thing that I was telling you about
Right.
when I took that picture. Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, I amaze myself like every time. Like, I mean, you know, I'll take pictures, and sometimes I'll look at them like on the camera, and I see things. But once I put them on my laptop, and then I get like a full view, it's like, holy shit, what is that thing?
Incredible.
Yeah, like, I mean, orbs like this. Come on, load up. Like, that's just like incredible. It's not the best. I kind of lightened this picture up a bit too much, as you can tell. You can see all the little
So the-
doohickeys there.
The yellow
yeah,
thing in the middle is not a lamp or anything like that in there. It's just
No, that's outside. I'm outside taking those pictures.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
My first instinct would be like, okay, snow. But when you look at the way that the blur is, would be snowing up.
Yeah, that's April. That's April 23rd, 2019. Yeah, I know. I don't know where that picture is. I might have just. I think I might have just uploaded it like directly to the page, but it's got to be in an album somewhere. But
Still rocking on, Anthony.
this one looks like a bunny. Doesn't it look like a look? There's an ear, two eyes, and a nose, and whatever the hell that is there. But it looks like a bunny inside of something.
Huh. Wow. What goes on?
I don't know
out
what
there?
it is that they all like about me, but obviously it's got to be something because they gravitate to me like no tomorrow.
They're
But I
posing
don't know
for
for
you.
some reason, like I take pictures around here and I've got like the odd orb, but like I mean I haven't got anything, like totally trippy like some of these pictures. Oh, is Anthony here?
Says, holy moly, you're still rocking on.
Yeah, man, this is like round 3 and it actually worked this time. You can come up if you want. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going here pretty soon myself.
I think I forgot what sleep is. Now that I'm back on here, it's like okay, I'm good to go. I think.
We're capturing live shit. We don't have time for sleep.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be something that I definitely am gonna. Maybe not tonight, but I'll check it out.
I definitely want to see the investigation on that one.
Yeah. What else?
See
we
if it
got?
matches up with what I think, or at least what I assume is going on. But wow.
Like, how the hell do you explain that?
Because that's just it doesn't even make sense. Those look like monstrous trees or something growing in the back.
Yeah, but I have no idea what I have no clue what those things are. None. No idea.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, this one was like really trippy. I was told by my friend Pat. She says, "You're lucky that nothing happened to you with that." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
What?
Oh yeah, she goes, "That thing that was right in front of me. As you can see, there's the bumper of the car. I'm
Mhm.
standing like right there at the car. That thing was like right in front of me, and I didn't even see it."
That's the most frightening part is you don't know any of this until you look at the film later
Yeah.
or the pictures
But
later.
now, if I take like if I was to look at something like that now, if I was to take that, like let's say earlier tonight and see that, I would get a feeling whether or not it was good or bad. Like I just by looking at it, I would be able to tell. But at the time, when was this? That was 2019. I was still kind of not sure about some of the pictures, so I had to ask her, like, look, you know, is this good? Is it bad? And she said, oh, this thing's really bad. It was actually trying to come at me. She goes, did you go in after that? And I said, well, I had this feeling that that I should go in because I always knew, even if I was out there with the spirit box, if something told me, okay, it's time to go in, you need to go in, I would listen. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm being told enough's enough, go in. And that's what I would do. But yeah, this thing, yeah, she said that was not good. And she goes, it was right in front of you, like right in front of you. I'm like, wow. I wish I could find a picture of the one of that woman. I still get a kick out of that one there because it does. It looks like a bunny inside of something. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, most of these older ones, like 2000 and actually, these are pretty much all from where I used to live. Actually, there's some really good ones in here too.
The hell is that?
See, right there, there's a mist right there.
Yeah.
It
Wow.
goes right down to there. Actually, when I went through the cemetery, I was actually, putting things back up and everything like that. And I could hear them saying thank you. Everyone that I cleaned up, thank you. Thank you. And I actually even heard a couple of them say, thank you, Stephanie. That's my real name. How do they know my real name? There you can see there's another misty thing there.
What is that?
Now, there's my friend Pat Muniz right there. Just ignore that dipshit there. That is my friend. She says, not of this world. I thought it was a bug. That's not a bug. That's something from someplace else. And see what I mean?
Is it something that's so close that it's blurry, or is it something that's in the background that's...
It's something that just appeared out of nowhere to show itself to me. And it's not of this world. I thought it was a moth or a fly or something, but because that's what I said to her at first before I posted it. And then when I posted it, that's when she said, not of this world. So everything seems to gravitate to me. You know, that's not from the spirit world. That's from some other plane. But it just decided to show up in front of me. Hey, look at me.
Why would something like that be hanging out in a graveyard?
I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe it was like a gravitational pull to me from somewhere else. I honestly don't know. I don't know. There's more there. Oh shit, I'm not even paying attention. Oh, okay. Well, I don't even know if Anthony's still there or not. I put the link in there. And there's more right there.
Weird.
Right there. Excuse me. Now I can't pick out what's in there. But looking at it now, it looks like two people. It looks like there's one person there, and then there's one person there. And the person there, if it's a person, looks like they're wearing like a green shirt or something, and they've got brown hair. That's what I'm seeing.
Wow.
But it does look like two people in that orb, one there and one there. It actually looks like a blue shirt or something.
Yeah, I can't tell.
It is. It's hard to tell. There's another one of those energy rods right there, and there's part of another one there. There's something right there. Right there.
Yeah,
And
see something
here.
there. Wow. And that's not sunlight on the right, like sunburns.
Well, see, I kind of wondered about that too, lens flare because of the sun. But when I had my camera, when I took the picture, the flash wasn't on. So, and Pat had said that that's something else, like an energy rod. So, there's that one again. There's the woman. There's the child. Yeah, see what she said? Mother and child, no threat. Oh my God, a freaking orb with a face. Well, duh. This is what I mean. Like that person I don't even associate with anymore because it's like, oh my God, like how much more childish could you sound? Yeah,
it's one of those things that it's not everybody is going to believe or at least even be open-minded about it.
see, there's something right there too. All here, right there, and all in there. That gravestone and that one back there and this one are people that were in the armed forces.
How old are some of these gravestones?
That right there. I think I have some close-up pictures. That one's really cool. And that's not lens flare because there's that there. You can see something here, something there as well. And there's another orb. If you look, there's one right there and one right there. Better run. I don't run from anything. Well, unless it's a big black blob chasing me in the dark.
That's a little different.
A little different. I couldn't make out what was in that. Yeah, I still can't make that out. Yeah, some of these, see, there's a big one right there. Some of these are quite old now. I'm right there. I thought I had some close-up ones in here. Yeah, see, for a bit there, I was getting like the big ones that are like stop sign shaped. See?
And those, to me, like those ones with the clear edges, like the stop sign one you were just talking about, that's not a lens flare because that's what the shape would be for like your the iris on your camera.
Yeah. Well, see, there's another one right there, right on a gravestone. See right there? There's the light part there.
Yeah. That one's really trippy. I still don't know what the hell's in that. Huh. Or that one. That's fucking massive. I looked at that and I'm like, holy shit. What the hell is that thing? It seems the closer in that I got, the bigger the orbs got. Like that's massive. That's huge. And that's the last picture. Wow. I don't know what I did, but I had some close-up ones of the older ones. I think the oldest ones in there were from like the late 1800s, early 1900s. But there's a lot of families buried there. Wow.
Yeah. Come on, Facebook. There we go.
It's I have to wait a few seconds after you put one of the pictures up for it to kind of fully render. You're already talking about it. It's like I can't see it.
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh, Anthony comes in and says, "Holy moly, you're still rocking," and then he leaves.
Nope. Right.
There's only two of us in the chat.
It's just me and you, huh?
I don't know. Hi, Janet. Sorry, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat. Just been looking at pictures.
I am gonna have to get off of here pretty quick myself.
All righty.
It's like We leaned over looking at stuff like, what's next? But,
I enjoy going through a lot of my older pictures and showing people because I like to see their reaction and what they think it is or isn't or it's good to get other people's opinions
sure.
because I mean nobody's an expert,
Who's an
nobody can
expert
say,
in
well,
any of
that's
this?
not real. That's not real. Well, how can you say that? Are you an expert? No. Anything is the way I see it, anything is possible.
For me, like the actual orb stuff. I mean, like you had the one that just looked like it was a snowstorm. Obviously, there's something odd there, but individual orbs, I'm like, it could be dust. It could be the way that it's out of photo. I don't know. But some of those others you had, so some of the other ones that you showed where it's an actual gaseous cloud or those weird plasma, whatever they were that were.
I know those are trippy.
That's bizarre.
That's really trippy.
Easily
and it's
explain
really
that.
weird because I haven't like caught anything like that since then. So I don't know. I don't know. I've only taken like a few pictures out around here. Unfortunately, I can't use my spirit box out here because like I'm not the only one who lives on the property. And they're noisy. It echoes. Like I mean, I've got a lake right across from me, so I can't do that. I do them in here the odd time. I actually wanted to do one tonight, but I have to get batteries for it again.
Now you got a big reason to do it now.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Like I think I am going to look at that when I get off of here and see what the hell went floating by my window tonight.
Yeah, you're the only one I think at this point that hasn't taken a closer look at it in the replay.
Yeah, I'm the only one. Wow.
But I hope you find it interesting. I'm intrigued by it, but I'd love to hear what you come up with after your investigation.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just seeing like a small portion of it, like
Right.
like this big.
Yeah, exactly.
Once I see it full screen, I'll be able to get a better look at it and then just sit there and go, what the hell was that thing?
See me going, what was that?
Yeah. I'm really wondering too, if, because I was talking about the picture that I showed you of him in the window,
Yeah.
if maybe he acknowledged by walking by.
Certainly, my first impression really was like it was someone walking past the outside of the window, but looking at it the second time, I didn't notice that.
Gary thought it was like inside, somebody with a long white shirt. Well, I'm not wearing white. The only white I have is here. So
I'm not seeing that myself, but I don't know.
I don't know either. I just don't know.
Very strange.
Uh-huh.
All right, Sam.
Get a good look at though.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm going to skedaddle out of here. Thanks for having me on. I love the conversation.
Oh, you're quite welcome. It was nice to have you. I want to start doing this. I want to, like I had hangouts with people just hanging out. I want to start having guests on, but I want to make it a mixture of paranormal and UFO people. Because I really want like my paranormal friends to get to know the people that I know now, and you never know, they might get interested in it too. A lot of them might already be interested in it, and I just don't know.
Could be.
Well, because I post, like UFO Garage, in my paranormal group, and I've had some people like, "What are you posting that stuff for? You're a paranormal investigator." I'm like, so. I've expanded.
It's all the same thing.
Yeah, but I don't get, I get likes from you when I post stuff, or Chad or Anthony. But my normal paranormal people, I don't get any likes from them, and it's like, oh, they're going to be on there anyway. But I've kind of shied away from posting them there. They're all on Twitter now. I don't know. I've become addicted. I almost thought I saw something there, but it's cigarette smoke. Now it's just
Finally,
wishful thinking.
finally, you got it.
Wishful thinking, yeah.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
there was after the original thing and we were discussing it, I never took my eyes off of the window the entire time.
Oh, really?
You could have been like blowing smoke out of your eyeballs and I wouldn't have noticed. I was focused on the window, and there was one time when you put your cigarette off, or you moved your cigarette off to that side of the screen, and a little wisp of smoke up, and I was like, oh.
Maybe I shouldn't smoke when I'm doing this either, because people might think, she's inhabited by spirits here. Yeah.
But anyways, tons of fun. Love to do it again.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to have you on as an actual guest, where we can talk about things, because I want to learn things about the other side of it, other than the paranormal.
I think we all have
interested.
stuff we can
I'm
learn from each
intrigued.
other. Yeah. I mean, even from a tech perspective, the stuff that paranormal investigators take out, that's something the UFO side could probably relate to a little bit. And there's crossover there, I think.
Oh yeah.
And with all the stuff that goes on with places like, Skinwalker and all those and have you ever watched Jessica Jones, her stuff? She's a Bigfoot investigator from Alabama.
Or
maybe it's Georgia.
She got dark hair, right?
Yes.
I've watched, I think I watched her a couple of times on, was it Spaced Out SOR?
Yep. She's been on SOR. She's been
I
on
think that's when I first saw her.
Bigfoot Michigan Rob. She does a thing with.
Okay.
She's actually doing an hour show before the SOR, after hours on weekends now, kind of taking Lynn's old spot.
Oh, okay.
So I think that starts this weekend for her. But I like her a lot. She's mostly a Bigfoot investigator. But her little group found basically a spot just like Skinwalker somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. And I can't remember now if it's out Georgia or it's somewhere there in the South. I've never been to those states. But she has talked about, she hasn't shown it. I would love to see the footage, but how their group that she has basically filmed through like thermal imagery and stuff like that. What they believe to be a portal. It was just like this dark spot, like a square, like a cube.
Oh, wow.
And they're like, what the hell is that? And they sent two of her guys and they said when they stepped into where it was, stars were gone, dead silent. They said even the grass was just kind of like, it didn't make the same sound walking through it.
Oh, wow.
They were really like, we should probably retrace our steps and get the F out of here because we may not come back. And they did that. They were only in there for like a few moments. They retraced their steps right back out. And right after they walked out of it, it disappears.
Wow.
And everything. And they walked back, about the same distance they thought they walked in. There were no footprints on the ground from where they had been. There was no weird feelings. Everything was normal. It's like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's a little trippy. That kind of makes me wonder about, the portal in the basement, like, where my bed was, where I got touched. Like, what if I didn't know this, my friend Pat?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or what if something
it's really
happened
strange.
And then I told her afterwards? You know what I mean? Then she'd be mad at me. You should have told me first.
Exactly. But Jessica Jones also reports that they see UFO and alien type stuff out there in those same woods and Bigfoot.
Wow.
And orbs floating around. They see it. It's very similar to like what Skinwalker describes. Just everything all in one small area.
Sound like paranormal, UFO, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them.
I don't think they're separate. I think they're.
Yeah, I think that there's got to be something there with all of it. Like it's not. It's separate, but it isn't. If that makes sense.
There's
if that's the right terminology to use.
I
They're the
I
same but different.
particularly,
That doesn't.
yeah,
Well,
I particularly lean on if it's interdimensional,
mhm.
anything can slip in from anywhere else.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you're got, it could be, I would assume that there's probably a natural phenomenon where there's that thinning of the world between worlds, kind of a veil thing where
Yeah,
sometimes a Bigfoot, and maybe Bigfoot can actually navigate that somehow and has the ability to just walk through and back and forth into some other world, which is why you can almost never find it, or they just vanish, or just
and
sometimes they hop out.
nobody's ever found any bones or any bodies or anything like that. So
Right. There's
know,
that kind of stuff,
that's what
aliens
makes it all
and
the more
all that stuff,
interesting, though. People are going to
and
keep digging and keep digging until they want to know. They want to know. They just keep on digging, and it's
it
frustrating sometimes.
is.
And I'm just basically saying that from a paranormal aspect of it, and even that can be frustrating sometimes too. I've had like the same voice come through on multiple occasions, like different things said, but the same voice, and like, can you tell me your name? They don't say their name, but they keep coming through saying different things, and it's frustrating. They don't realize that they're frustrating me. They may be playing, just to see how much. Okay, is she going to keep asking? Because eventually I'll just give up. If you can't force them to answer, they don't even have to talk to me if they don't want to.
Right. Sure.
So I mean, I'm not. It's just like a person. You can only ask so many times and then give up. If they want to tell you, they will tell you when they're ready.
Right.
It's got to be what they want, not what I want or what anybody else wants. Like too many people get frustrated. They start getting ignorant and rude with them. Why won't you tell me your name? Well, that's not right. They were a person at one time too. They don't have feelings where they are because they don't have a physical body.
Right.
They don't have a physical brain or thought process, but they can still pick up on somebody's energy that's trying to talk to them. And of course, you're going to be rude to them. They're going to be, what the hell with you? I don't want to talk to you if you're going to be rude to me. I know you said you wanted to go, and I'm a typical female.
I'm actually the same way.
Ah,
There's a series of films, and I can't remember the name of them. Hang on just a second. Yeah, this is it.
yeah, I think it's just you and me here. So it's showing one in the chat.
Yeah.
That's okay. Hey, I'm good with that.
There's a thing called Sir No Face with Chad Kalick, which I guess worked on another paranormal show that was on a while back, which I'm not that familiar with him. Basically what it was is they were doing a paranormal investigation with a local team in Australia.
Okay.
There was an island that had a lot of older buildings on it from like the 1800s and stuff like that had been used for multiple purposes over the generations and stuff like that. Basically it was like the local version of like the Wildlife and Parks asked, hey, if you guys want to go do an investigation, go ahead. Because I guess it's open during the day, but it's closed at night to people for tourists and stuff like that.
Okay.
And they were thinking about opening up some of the buildings. I think what they were thinking was that, that would be, it would, for them saying, we are paranormal investigators and they found, it was like an advertising thing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of what I kind of got out of it. But they got some things, some of the basics, there's a voice and a push. They had this weird light thing where everything in the room would just whoosh like a flashbulb went off, but it came from all directions. It was just what? But there was one particular piece that they had a building that was locked up. They couldn't get into it because
Mhm.
for whatever reason. So they just put a camera outside of the window, kind of pointing into this window. It was just an empty room with a door leading to the rest of the building. And they just left their camera sitting there. Went
Mhm.
back the next day, picked it up, and reviewed the tape later. And there's just like
A
a
lot of people
few.
do that. They'll just throw up a static cam somewhere and just leave
Yep.
it and, check it the next day.
So
Yeah.
they didn't find it for like weeks later, I guess, but just because it's mostly just an empty room, and
Mhm.
but there's like a few seconds of what all the world looks like. The wall is here. It's just like somebody, like they were getting ready to walk into the room, like, oh, there's a camera
Oh,
in there. Kind of,
really?
it's the whole head. You can see the chest. You can see this stuff. You see like an
Wow.
arm, and they're like, what? And he puts out his documentary about it because I guess he had heard a lot about it, that they'd seen a lot of crazy. They had that footage and stuff like that, and they went back to the place, and
Oh,
he kind of was
wow.
being an ass to the guy that was the Australian leader guy. But turned out he was right, and he was cool, and he had experts analyze the film, and it's like, yeah, there's something there.
Wow.
And he put out the documentary. It was the first one, which I don't remember what it was called. But while he was on tour with it, everybody afterwards is like, and they called him Sir No Face because
I've heard that name.
you couldn't see his face. You could see it was a humanoid shape,
Mhm.
but he didn't have a face. So it's not that creative, but his Sir No Face is what they
Wow.
referred to him as. But afterwards, when people would come up and say, hey, great job or whatever in the documentary, he said a lot of people, like most, over 50% of the people would like, to me, that Sir No Face footage, that looked like a gray. That looked like an alien gray to me.
Hmm.
And they're like, well, wait a minute. So they went and they have the masters, of course, everything they're looking at, and they're like, it does kind of look like a gray. And when in the original footage, they just showed like the zoomed in portion of the actual video. If you
Mhm.
look at the full video as it's taken from them, it's really short. It's like, it's not, you're given, when you see the original film, you're given the impression that it's the full door frame, and it's kind of,
Okay.
a person 6 feet tall, walking through the door or
But it's just
starting to walk
like
through
a
the door.
portion of it.
It's way smaller. It would be like
Wow.
child size, gray size.
Holy.
So they started looking at it a little closer, and they're like, it does kind of look like there's dark eyes here. And so they started approaching it from
Holy.
that angle. And then they started getting like Men in Black activity, people harassing them and stuff like that. It's a crazy story. It goes it's bananas.
Holy crap.
Like secret government people telling them, oh yeah, it goes off the fucking rail. What starts as a paranormal investigation in Australia just goes off the rails with this is also ETs. This is all, and that's when that Chad Kalick is the guy who made all of these.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just.
Were they able to come to a conclusion as to what it was, or is just are they still thinking this is what they think it could be?
Chad Kalick, who made the thing, because of all the other stuff that came up after they did the second one, which said this may be gray because there's been UFO reports here and things like that, and the feedback he got from people saying you shouldn't make this film, it's dangerous for you, kind of a thing. Like veiled threat, MIB type veiled threat kind of stuff. It made him think, okay, I'm taking flack. That must mean I'm over the target. So there's something else to this. Why would anybody say? And
if he's got people like saying this could get you into trouble and stuff like that, then obviously he knows he's got something there.
I put a link to the IMDb page for Sir No Face on there, which is the only one I can think of on the private chat here. If you were wanting to look at it,
sure.
It used to be on. It was on Amazon for free for a while. I want to say it's on Hulu. Hang on, let me look. I thought it was interesting because they
Mhm.
started off as a paranormal investigation, and that's the guy who made this whole thing. That's his background, because it was another one of those paranormal shows that was popular that I'm not familiar with, but you may know who he is if you read about him.
Do you
Then
know the
turned
name
into
of the
who?
show?
I'd have to look it up. Hang on a second.
What was the guy's name again?
Chad Kalek, Calek. Hang on, I've got his IMDb here.
And now, is this an American investigator or
Yes,
an
Chad
Australian?
Kalek is a director and producer known for The Private Public 2001, American Ghost Hunter 2010, A Blood Red Sky 2015, and IMDb sucks. Maybe it
Did you
wasn't.
say he was on a TV show?
That's what I thought
Because I think it wasn't American Ghost Hunter. I think that was a show.
maybe it
I know
was.
there's Ghost Hunters.
Oh,
and then there was
Paranormal
Ghost Hunters.
Paranormal State was the show he worked on.
Oh, Paranormal State with Ryan. What's his name?
I guess he was one of the people that worked on that show too, but he's his own independent person now, I guess.
Yeah, Paranormal State is back on TV. Ryan, the lead guy, he ended up ripping off a whole bunch of people for a lot of money for a show that never went on, and he went and bought drugs with it. He was very, very bad into drugs.
Oh, that's awful.
It is. Like, I mean, he's reformed now, but I mean, still, like, I mean, the amount of money that he took from all these people, and they never got it back. And here he
No.
is back on TV again. Like, no, I'm sorry, but you do something like that to people,
Yeah, that's
how dare
that
you go
bridge
back
is
on
burnt.
TV and try and make more money out of a show, when you don't deserve to be there to begin with.
Because but this particular thing, it's 3 shows. Sir No Face is the first one. Two Face the Gray is the one where they look at it from a UFO type thing.
Mhm.
Then there's a third one called Phantom Rider, which is kind of the fall. It happened. Phantom Rider happens about the time when everything's getting locked down for COVID, so it's not like a full blown
Oh, okay.
kind of experience as far as a documentary goes. But he does talk about this mysterious, behind the scenes government deep
Mhm.
throat type character that's telling him
Yeah.
all this stuff. And
Yeah.
whatever.
If you want to see
But-
a good documentary, The Conjuring House.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was just curious if you'd seen that other thing real fast from a paranormal investigators thing. If this guy was legit, or just when I saw the original Sir No Face, I thought he was kind of a dick the way he was treating the investigator. Because this guy down in Australia was doing his own thing in Australia, and he was kind of grilling them. He was grilling other people. It's like, did he fake these videos? I thought he was kind of being a real ass.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like, I mean, there's, you have to, I guess in any field of investigation, you have to be diplomatic.
Right.
You can't fly off the handle, and present yourself in a bad way, especially if you're with a team. Because
Right.
you do that, you make everybody else look bad, even though they're not involved. It goes the same with the drama on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, with paranormal and UFO. Like, there's no need for it. If you don't agree with somebody, be diplomatic and respectful in your response, or don't respond at all. Because the more this keeps on happening, it makes everybody else look. It gives paranormal investigators a bad name, ufologists, and whatever. It's a bad name.
Right.
Like, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything.
And to be fair, I may, Mr. Kalek, my first impression was he was really being a dick, and it wasn't like he was attacking anybody.
Yeah.
But when he would interview other people about the one guy that was the head of this team that had all of this footage,
Mm.
and he would just ask like direct, pointed type questions. Have you ever known him to fake anything? Have you ever known him? It's not a. It wasn't a friendly. It starts off as a friendly interview, and then kind of is basically.
Yeah,
Will
it's
you
not
rat
like a
out your
friendly
friend?
question. It's
Yeah.
like, do you know this?
Yeah.
Did he do this? Did he do that? Yeah, like
But as it turns out,
that's not very diplomatic.
all of it's true, and he totally backs the guy and all that. There's a happy ending to it.
Yeah.
The path he did to get there isn't the way I would have done it.
No, it doesn't sound like I would either. No, that's
But I was just curious.
very unprofessional, you know.
Right.
Same as, you know, you get these ones on that are bashing all these other channels. They're doing it publicly. If you have a
Right.
problem with somebody,
Just don't
take
watch
it private. Take it private. Everybody doesn't need to know, because that, you know, you end up something that, you know, let's say, you know, this small of an issue. By the time everybody sees it, you know, it's a mountain made out of a molehill. You know, there's as it goes on, it gets added to and added to and added to, and it's a never-ending vicious cycle, and it's got to stop. It does.
Right.
I've left so many channels, you know, paranormal channels. I go there. I even had to inform Chad about one channel that he was a moderator. No, he was made a moderator, and I took him aside. I'm like, dude, you do not want to be here. And I actually recorded part of a live stream, and I sent it to him. I said, do you really want, you don't want to be a part of this? And he was like, whoa. You know, because I mean, he's got a good thing going with the podcast. You know,
Yeah,
he doesn't
he's doing
do
great.
something like that to screw it up, you know. You know, he was very appreciative of it. And same with Spooky. I going, you don't want to be here either. Ask Chad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names, because that just
Right.
causes more issues, right?
Exactly. It's,
you know,
it really boils down to being actually just like Twitter is. You get these two polarized sides that just fight each other, and it gets to the point where, oh, you like that person and not my person. Well, now you're the enemy.
like
it's like
it's all, you know, to me, it's nothing but, like, you know, high school drama bullshit. Like, it's grow up.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't grow up, you know, go away. We don't want to see you. Come back when you can be like more civilized to people,
Exactly.
right? You know, and I really hate to say that, because there's so many really good channels out there, and there's a lot of really good people out there. But unfortunately, some of them, they get mixed up with the wrong people. They get dragged into it, you know, when they really shouldn't. Me, I see stuff like that. Like, I've even got rid of a couple of UFO people on Twitter. I forget the guy's name, but, you know, he was really cool. And all of a sudden he's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. I don't want to see it. You know, there's enough drama going on in the world. I don't want to see it on, you know,
exactly
on things that I enjoy seeing.
right.
You know, like, it's like, wow. Like, I don't know.
It really is like junior high level. Well, you like that guy. Well, I don't like that guy, which means I don't like you. It's like, really?
Yeah. Or, you know, oh, you like that person, so, you know, maybe I'll just go and say something bad about you to that person, so they won't like you. And
exactly.
It's never ending. It's like, holy Jesus. Like, how old are we here? You know, it's
apparently not.
It's so
old enough.
unfortunate.
It
really is.
It's a mess. It really
It
is.
is. You know, like, we're all supposed to be
adults.
Well, we're all supposed to, like, you know, help each other out.
Yeah.
You know, paranormal, not paranormal, whatever, you know, but it's
having different ideas is not a bad thing. It's
different ideas and opinions is definitely not a bad thing. But when you try to push your opinion on somebody else because you believe it, pushing it on somebody else, that's what causes issues, you know.
And that's the thing is, in these fields, none of you are right, or all of you are right. It's none. There's no way you're proof.
Nobody's an expert. We're learning things all the time, and that's what I constantly tell people, you know, and I believe it myself. Some of us are more, I would say, smarter, what's the word I'm trying to think of? More well versed
Right.
than other people. Some people know more than others, but they're still not an expert. They just know more. We're learning things all the time. It doesn't matter what it is, like,
I've always found from my experience that even though someone may not be that well versed in whatever it is you're doing,
mhm,
their outside perspective is you're looking at something too closely once you get really invested into it,
mm,
because you're trying to study it so closely that you may not see a larger picture that someone from the outside might come in. It's like, have you thought about maybe this? And I've seen it many times throughout my life, like when I was in the Air Force, everything else, where somebody from a totally different section, that's actually part of why the military moves their people around so much,
oh
is
wow, really?
they get your shared experience at this base, they pick you up and move you to that other base so that you can share that knowledge of things that you learned in a totally different environment.
Yeah, yeah.
There is something
I know,
to
because we
that.
get so focused, like we're looking inside the box, and somebody else, like you said, comes along and did you ever look at it this way? And some people are like, well, hey, I never thought of it that way, and other people would be like, mind your own business, like I'm doing my own
Yeah,
thing, which is
exactly.
rude. It doesn't hurt to hear you, even if you don't agree with it. There's nothing wrong with listening to something outside of your box, because it could end up being something that could be beneficial. It's always best to listen. You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
I've been like that too. Well, like I understand what you're saying. Kind of like I may not agree with it, but that doesn't mean I'm still going to keep an open mind to it. I'm not going to completely shut it off. Like, no, you're completely
Right.
wrong, because down the line, you never know. Something that they had to say could end up being beneficial in some way, and you don't even know it. You got to listen to people, even if you don't
Right.
agree.
I mean, we did
Everybody
it with
everybody needs to be heard.
we did it with ourselves here just a short while ago. There were
Yep.
some of those pictures you showed. It's like, I think that might be a lens flare. You're
Yeah.
like, okay,
Andy was the
it's,
same way. Well, I don't know if that's clouds or whatever, and
yeah,
I'm
and
totally fine with that, because not everybody sees what I see or what you might see. Everybody's got their own opinion, and I never shut anybody down for their opinion, because
and
everybody's
just
opinion counts.
and just because I saw something that I disagreed with you in, or maybe I just wasn't seeing it in full high definition that you are, that doesn't mean I throw everything out that you said.
Exactly.
There's plenty of pictures I saw. There's some of those wormy stuff and gas. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I don't even know
I
what the
have
hell
many
they
questions.
are. I still don't know what they are. Like it's like that robot thingy I was saying that I saw walking down the sidewalk and just disappeared.
You never did finish that story, because that's when you dropped out for a minute. You said
Oh,
that you saw it and then vanished, and then it was gone. Then we never got back to it.
yeah, I was walking home from the store or something, nice bright sunny day, nice and bright out. I'm walking down the sidewalk out of the corner of my eye, the street that was like right in front of me on the opposite side of the sidewalk. I just happened to turn, and I saw this gray thing walking like not with the hands out, but kind of like like that, walking down the freaking sidewalk.
Now,
And it got almost to that end of the sidewalk where it went this way, gone.
now,
I don't
can you
know.
describe it a little bit better? Was it like a mannequin that was gray, or was it a person that just looked weird, or?
It was gray. It wasn't see-through. Now
Right.
that's what really tripped me out. It wasn't see-through, but it was gray. I didn't see a face. I don't even think that there was like actual fingers or
Was it
like
a mitten
actual.
hand, or just?
To me, from what I can remember, it was gray. I'm trying to think how like I'm short. I'm only like 5'2", 5'3", something like that. I would say it was maybe 5'8", 5'9", maybe taller. But at that point, I didn't care how tall it was. I'm just like, what the fuck did I just see? And it was just, like this down the sidewalk, and got to the end, and it disappeared. It was gray. It was
No,
human shaped.
no clothing or anything like that. It was
No,
just
it was just totally gray.
just like it was
Like,
all
not a
made out of
dark
clay
gray.
or something. Just
I just don't know what it was. I don't know if it was
wow.
paranormal. I don't know if it was UFO related. I have
That
no
sounds
idea.
weird.
I've never seen anything like that before, and I've never seen like that because, like, this was before I was investigating or actually really knew about the sensitive and empath thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, this was like like 25 years ago or something like that. God, I'm dating myself and I feel old as fuck now saying that. But yeah, it had no facial face. It may have, but the thing is, like, I was seeing it from a side view, walking down the sidewalk. But when I first saw it out of the corner of my eye, I just kind of I turned and I was looking right at it, like I was just like a deer in the headlights, and I couldn't talk. I was just like, and I'm like, and then I actually remember saying out loud, "Did I just fucking see that?" Nobody was around, and I'm like, and then I'm walking home. I'm like, "What the fuck did I just see?" And I'm like talking to myself on the way home, and I never told anybody about it. I've
Wow.
never told anybody about it. I think I've maybe mentioned to a couple of people, like back then. I think I did. I probably didn't because, yeah, okay, must have been good weed, Sam. You know, you get some people like you don't want to say it. You know, these days, like, yeah, I'm a paranormal investigator. I'm a sensitive, and I'm an empath. I've got nothing to hide. I'm proud of who I am and what I
Sure.
do. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, this thing, like, it was weird, like really weird, like just like this. And I kind of get the feeling that if things gravitate to me, that maybe that's what it was. Kind of like it saw me coming. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but um,
Do you think it
for
was trying
something
to
like
avoid
that,
you or
for something to present itself to me like that. Like, I've seen things out of the corner of my eye, but nothing like that. I've seen things out of the corner of my eye and they're gone. This thing, I see it out of the corner of my eye, and it's like actually like right there, like not walking right in front. I was still on the sidewalk, and yeah, I was walking down the sidewalk, and I got just to where it stopped, where the road was, just before that. And that's when I saw it. So this thing was probably no more than maybe not even 100 feet in front of me,
wow.
maybe even closer than maybe 50 feet in front of me. I don't know if it knew that I was there. I have no idea. I don't know.
I wonder what the hell it was.
I don't know. I mean, was it a shadow person? I don't know. It just like appeared out of thin air and then disappeared into thin air, like right there in front of me. Like, I actually, from the time I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned like this and watched it proceed to walk down that sidewalk, it didn't turn its head or anything. It just kept going. So I'm, like I said, I don't know if it's paranormal, like a shadow person, because like I've seen shadow persons before, like in that park where I saw that blob thing, and they were black. I saw it go through the trees, right? And
Right.
I think it knew I was there because I was far enough away, but I saw it. I actually saw it go from one area right through the trees. But with this thing, it's like it materialized out of nowhere, and I see it out of the corner of my eye, and then I see it like this going down the side, and then it disappeared. What the fuck was it? I
Wow, that is
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know, and I've never seen anything like that since then. You know, I think I'm would have been in my. Well, I'm 55 now. I can't pinpoint exactly when it was, but it was at least 20 years ago, at least. So, yeah, no, I haven't told too many people about it. You know, I'm not
Yeah.
ashamed to talk about it, but the thing is, what the
How do you
fuck is
explain
it?
it? Yeah.
Oh, did you send me something in private chat?
That's the
Oh,
IMDb link to that movie I was talking about.
oh, okay. I
But
keep forgetting about like the way the chat's
yeah,
set up on here. Okay, now we're back.
yeah. The way I have my screen laid out is I've got StreamYard right in the middle, which I actually only just discovered tonight was the better layout for me. I used to have it all over on the left side of my center screen, and then I had the chat directly from YouTube over on the right as its own
Oh,
separate as a pop out window.
mm-hmm.
So that if I was a wrench, I could, ditch somebody if they get out of hand or whatever.
Yeah.
But I discovered
I've
because there's
noticed that
that weird.
trolls have been like those bot trolls that have been around. Like 90% of them are links to sex things, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the VOM and the VOX and all those things. But no trolls in here tonight.
A lot of those are Russian too, and
Mhm.
they got other things going on.
Yeah, they're kind of busy right now. They don't have to worry about us. But even I mean
Those-
trolls in general. Like I haven't had any issues at all tonight.
I heard somebody say, and this is awful for me to even say or say out loud, but the really like skillful trolls, the ones that would really get under your skin, like on Twitter and all that,
Mm.
have kind of vanished.
I've
And
noticed that.
either
Even the YouTube ones are it all depends on what channels you go to because like I go to a lot of paranormal channels.
right,
Well, more so the UFO ones now. It's like, hey, where you been, Sam? I'm with my UFO family now. I'm like, I haven't left you, but I'm just kind of,
expanding your
expanding
horizon,
my options. Yeah.
finding new friends.
Yeah, exactly. And I've made quite a few really good friends. I really have, like you don't have to meet somebody in person. This is like meeting somebody in person.
I agree.
It's just as good, That's why I want to start having people on here, like having maybe 1 week have like a paranormal guest, and then the next week, have like a UFO or Bigfoot or something like that. Because I mean, like a majority of the people that I talk to, like you and the other ones, it's usually in Chad's podcast, right?
Right.
Because that's usually where everybody is, right? Like I know
Yep.
everybody expands out, but that seems to be and Paranormal Chop Shop. Everybody's there on a Friday night, right?
Oh yeah.
So I mean, like I want to have you on as a guest, but I'd like to have like 2 people on. I would love to have Lynn on as a guest. I love her, man.
Isn't Lynn great?
Oh my god, she's just amazing. She is. She really is. Are we still on?
We're still live. 4
Holy
hours,
jeez.
13 minutes in.
Yeah, almost caught up to my first live stream, which I think was 4 hours and 25 minutes.
Well, if you were about to say something inappropriate, you're more than welcome to end the live stream and then say whatever it was. So
My eyes feel like 2 pistols in a snowbank now. Oh,
I haven't heard that term in so long. I love it.
I'm
Yeah,
old. Oh,
you're
some of the
barely-
things
I'm
some
I'm
of the things
50.
I come out with to my younger friends or they don't expect it, and it's like, oh, sorry, my mom and my grandmother just came out my mouth. Sorry.
I'm not that far, but I'm 54. I'm not that far behind you. So
Yeah.
I say nutty things like that too, even in the chat, and people are just entertained by it. So it's like,
But
yeah,
some
oh,
people,
cool.
it's like Peyton Place. Holy shit, this place is it's like Peyton Place. I get people like, what? I'm like, never mind. You're either not old enough to know what I'm talking about, or you'd never watched a lot of TV when you were younger.
Or
like-
read a book.
or
Yeah.
read a book. Yeah. Oh, it's like Peyton Place here sometimes. Peyton Place online. It's everywhere.
Can't get away from it.
It's
People are
everywhere
going
like
to be
a
people.
bad smell.
That is the advantage of this, though. You don't get that. So.
What's that? Oh yeah.
They don't have smell-o-vision yet. So
Wasn't it Lynn's dog Lulu? Didn't Lulu fart on a live stream?
she was on with Big Willie, and I don't remember who the third person was, but Lulu is her dog that she keeps there on her lap most of the time, and she snorted. She didn't actually fart, but it sounded like a fart, like right into the microphone. She kind of like kind of a
Oh,
and
because I saw the video that Akashi Chris made, like the recent one.
yes.
First one I've ever seen. I'm like, that's hilarious. You know, you see fart in big letters, like for Lulu, but she didn't fart.
She's hilarious, Akashi Chris.
Oh my god, she's really nice. I like her.
Yeah, her channel's gonna blow up here once she gets rolling on it.
Well, so is Lynn's. Like she's like now that she's like just concentrating on her channel, she's going places. She really is.
I totally agree. She's got plans for future expansions and stuff like that already.
She's so outgoing. That I think it was my main draw in, I guess you could say, to these people. Like, I mean, so laid back, so humble. I wouldn't say humble, but just like down to earth.
Exactly.
You know?
That's
like
perfect. Down to earth.
It's the same in the paranormal, but I don't know what it is. I just find that, you know, the ones that, you know, are into the UFO stuff, they just, their whole demeanor is different.
In a good way or a bad way?
In a good way. And I can't pick out what it is, but I even said to a couple of friends of mine that do paranormal stuff, where you been? We haven't seen you around. Oh, I'm just kind of expanding my stuff here. What, you're not doing paranormal? I said, yeah. Well, we don't see you posting any stuff. Oh, I've been hanging out with some UFO people, and they're like, what? What? Because most people don't know that I've always had an interest in it, but it's just paranormal's been in the forefront for like, you know, over 15 years. Right. But now it's like, I don't know. I'm finding I'm sorry to say this, paranormal. I'm still here, but I'm finding that I'm kind of swaying more towards the other side of it. The UFO, Bigfoot, more the UFO, UAP thing. And I don't know why. I don't know. Something is just, it's sucking me right the fuck in. And I love it. But I don't know what it is. I think it's the people.
Yeah. Plus the UFO side of it is I think more people can, at least as far as just as a subject, the average person off the street, they've probably seen a sci-fi movie or something like that had spaceships and aliens and stuff like that in it by this time in their lives. And they can, a regular, a normie that doesn't know anything about any of these topics, might relate to creatures flying a ship around more than ghosts and voices and stuff like that, because it's something they can more relate to. They have their own car that they're driving, or they've flown on a plane. They've seen space shuttle go up, and they've seen astronauts in space and the ISS and things like that. So going that next step to, oh, maybe there's somebody else out there that is flying their little ships around, and you know, maybe they're visiting, you know, maybe they're being awful and abducting people, doing awful things. We don't know, but we call that the nuts and bolts UFO folks.
Well, I don't know. Like I'm no expert by any means. Like nobody is. Like when it comes to paranormal, but where was I going with that? There was a method to my madness. What I was going to say, and I just totally went whew. I'm not by any means an expert like with paranormal, because like nobody's an expert in any field of this. But I'm just finding that I don't know anything about the UFO side of it. I know absolutely nothing. I remember as a kid going with my mom and dad and my younger sister to this place, Pickering Nuclear Power Plant, and we go down there at night, and you could see them in the sky. And I remember doing this as a kid with my parents, and I was fascinated. I'm like, what is that up there? And like, I mean, you can actually see them like zipping across the sky. And my dad was right into it, and like, I didn't know where we were going. Like, why are we here, Dad? Look up in the sky, Stephanie. And I'm like, I don't see anything. He says, just wait. So I be, looking around and I see these lights and everything. And he goes, that's why we're here. So, yeah. My dad had a very high fascination, obviously, when I was younger for stuff like that. I think my mom just kind of went along for the ride. I don't know. I was just a little kid. But yeah, I don't know. I know absolutely nothing about that side of it. And I think maybe that's why I'm drawn into it too, because I'm interested in it. And the people that talk about it, they make me feel comfortable. It's not,
Right.
there's no drama. If somebody says something that someone doesn't agree with, it's not, like you're blocked from the channel and this and that,
Right.
and all the bullshit starts. I don't see that in any of the YouTube channels that I've been on, UFO wise. Twitter, totally different. Totally different. It's like an open friggin' playground. And there's too many kids in the playground. But I know, but you find that anywhere in anything. It's life in general, it's there, right? So
Especially social media. All right.
yeah,
I think
social media.
this is a fine time, Sam, for me to duck out on you for real this time. Not I think it's like the third or fourth time I've said let's go.
I
Oh,
know,
wait a minute,
me
let's talk
too,
about
me too. It's 4:20. I've been on for 4 hours and 22 minutes, so I almost made it to like the first one.
this.
Almost, but not quite. So yeah, I think I'm gonna take my dog out, and I don't know. Nobody else is here, so I might as well just shut her all down.
After the dog comes back in, you're watching that 50 minutes in.
I think I'm gonna watch it like before I take the dog out. I really am interested to see what the hell this is. I really am.
I'm really curious about what your take is on it.
But you said that you might have seen something other than that, but you just don't want to say anything. You want to see.
I noticed something that I could probably look at it another couple more times to be sure, but I noticed something that I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to interfere with your thoughts on it. I'm sure you'll probably see it too, and you have more of a reference for what is going on, what is where in the house and outside the house and things like that. So I'm just going to be quiet.
Who knows? I might not even know what the hell the thing is either, but I'll keep looking at it.
Yeah,
I'm very persistent.
Well, all right. I hope to see that report soon.
Okay.
And I would happily come back and join you on a show.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. I might have one tomorrow. I don't know.
On a Friday? Everybody's on
Friday.
No,
I can't have it on Friday. Jesus, I'm a mod for, I got to be on Top Shop.
Yep. I'll see you over there. I'll be over there for a little while.
Okay, then.
All right. I'm off to bed.
Now.
And if we see you in the morning, we'll see you in the morning.
Oh, yeah, for Lynn's. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure I'll make it. I made it like the last 5 minutes of it this morning when all the cards kept falling out of the box. And then
yes. She has a lot of gravity right there in that chair.
Jeez. All righty.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me on, Sam. And we will see you in the future.
You absolutely will.
I'll even beam up.
See you later. Bye, Enzo.